here. But yeah, we're going to briefly go over day one because the bench press reps are in. So we're briefly going to go over that. We're not going to spend too much time on that. We will go over that briefly. So here are the bench press reps. These came out this morning. 28 reps for Darius Alexander. 32 reps for Ethan Downs. And 26 reps for Farmer. 24 reps for Jalot. 24 reps for Graham. (26 reps). 29 reps for Jordan Phillips. And here's some write-ups on the defensive line. I was posting this yesterday during the Combine special for day one. And here are some bench press reps for the linebackers. And you can go to draftytopia.com/NFL Combine Day 1 Recap.html to read that. I can post the link in the chat room or in the description on my YouTube channel at Draftytopia. You can subscribe to Draftytopia on the YouTube channel. I'm going to pop up day two. We are about to see some corners run the 40-yard dash. So I'm going to get ready for that. And wait, hold on. I got to double check something. I thought I had the, okay. I know what we did wrong. The G goes there. And they're going to a commercial. So I'm just double checking if all the visuals are up. And I'll hear a boop badoop noise from Restream if William's not here. So I'm just double checking to make sure all the visuals are here. I'm also making sure there are no typos as far as the logos go. All right, perfect. Perfect. Everything's ready for today. William here yet? All right. Let's text William the link to this. Okay, so I've texted William the link. I've also oh my gosh, that's great. All right, so if we get some news in the 40-yard dashes, We don't have it yet, and this is what NFL Network did yesterday. They reported news and decided to virtue signal. No, because NFL media is great at what they do, but they want to report. They're at the point where they would rather report the news like a bunch of elitist snobs than cover the 40-yard dashes, because they've done this year after year in Indy, and it's still going to go down. They're still going to cover the 40-yard dashes. They're still going to cover everything, but they want to let the reporters be Hollywood superstars, rock stars. So they let them play news reporter, the combine, But yeah, we'll have the 40-yard dash times in a few minutes. '40s haven't started yet, by the way. That's one big reason why I'm not rushing William right now, is the 40s haven't started yet. And we're going to see some Brandon Adams. Some call him BJ Adams. Brandon Adams is his full name. That's what we had him by in the cornerback rankings. So that's what we're going to go with. All right. 14 viewers. We had 100 downloads on yesterday's show. Travis Hunter. I don't know if Hunter's running the 40. I don't think he is. If I had to take an educated guess, I would say Hunter's not running the 40 until his pro day. I mean, he's wearing a sweatshirt. He knows he's going to go in the top 5 of the draft. There's not really an incentive for him to run. And the fact that he's got the sweatshirt on, that tells me he's watching the drills. He knows he's probably going to be the first defensive back picked. So he's not going to risk hurting his stock. That's how it is now. Okay, so the 40 times are starting. $454 for Brandon Adams. That's officially official. You're going to miss a few minutes. That's fine. You've already missed one time. But you're going to miss some times. I'm guessing what's going to happen is Williams going to show up on a commercial. I can't really worry about that, though. And a 4.56 for Zy Alexander. 4.56. I'm not surprised here. I've got a 6th on both of these corners. I'm not. Basically, these 40 times validated where I have these guys. I'm not going to move them down, but I'm not going to move up. They're kind of locked into where they're projected to go. Trey Amos is going to run next. And then Barron's going to run. Billy Bowman, Kobe Bryant. So all of these guys are going to be running. All these corners are going to be running. And I am prepared for the possibility that William, I know he said 315, but he's already missed 2 corners. So he'll be here. 4.46. No, because I was tardy as a kid myself. So it's hypocritical of me to critique someone for tardiness when I was tardy as a kid. I think I missed first period health class like 26 times, and I still passed. That's not something to brag about. It's just I did not like waking up for classes at 6 a.m. And Jade Barron has not ran yet. Kobe Bryant, Denzel Burke is going to run. So O'Donnell Fortune is not going to run the 40. That's the first player. South Carolina corner. That's the first player that's going to skip the 40. All right, so we got that and tied up. But yeah, a lot of the corners, we're prepared for a lot of these corners to run. And Amos with a really good 40 time. Amos could end up being a winner for today because even though I have him in the 5th, he's got a really high ceiling. It's just, is the floor congruent with the ceiling? That's the big question. How high is his floor? I do think his ceiling's high, but how high is his floor? Because I think he could develop into a number 3, number 2 corner. Trey Amos, Barron with a 4-4 flat, pretty much validating his first round status. And I think Barron's a high floor player. I don't view him as a guy who's going to be a Pro Bowl corner, but I do think he's going to be a very good starter, very good number 2, number 3 corner, but high floor player. That's kind of what I see with him. A very effective high floor player. Do not X out. Do not X out. I'm going to be very angry if you X out. Good. Kobe Bryant out of Kansas is running now. Four, 5, 5. Denzel Burke is next up. Four, 4, 8. Burke ran a 4.48, so a lot of good 40 times flying in here. Mello Dotson's up next. Jordan Hancock's not running the 40, neither is Jeremiah Harris out of Iowa. So I can just put DNP next to those two. And Mello Dotson's up next. We'll find out what we're getting with Mello Dotson. Four, 6 flat for Mello Dotson. That's probably the worst 40 time of the day. Look, Zeke, I cannot check any updates during the combine. I can't. So Pat McAfee's in the booth. All right. Zoff Frazier of UTSA is up next. I get it. They have guests in the booth. I get it, but I'd rather watch the guys running the 40 than listen to the announcers kept conversations. Zoff Frazier with a 4.39, probably the best 40 of the day. So Tommy Hill is not running the 40. Neither is Travis Hunter. Neither is Will Johnson. Neither is Husla. Yeah, we're on Hairston. All right. Maxwell Hairston 4.3 flat. 4.46 for Marcus Harris. Four, four, five, 4.45, 4.45, yeah. Four, 4.3. Four, 4.4 for Robert Longerbeam. All right, so we'll see Jason Marshall Jr. What did Jason Marshall run, god damn it? Four, 5, 4. 4, 3, 6 for Jacob Parrish. Four, 3 flat. No, I don't need to update my fucking browser. All right, William, you're here. No, I don't want to stop recording. Perfect timing.
Sorry about that, big guy.
No worries, man. No worries. Jalen Smith's about to run a 40, and it is a 4.45. A lot of good 40 times today compared to yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, the
Nice.
corners are working out first. Safeties are tight later. So, hopefully, Upton Stout is about to run. The last 5 corners are Upton Stout, Dorian Strong, Justin Wally, Isis Waxter, Villanova, and Noel Williams. But most of the high-name corners didn't run. Revel didn't run. Morrison didn't run. Travis Hunter didn't run. Will Johnson didn't run. I think Riley's the only corner I have a first-round grade on that ran, and he ran a 4.49.
Yeah. There's combines become a little bit of a joke to some of these players after.
I mean, I think only 5 of my top 20 outside linebackers worked out in 40-yard dash yesterday, so it's understandable why this is the case.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like the players that know they're going to get picked early are putting zero effort into the combine. They're putting all their eggs into the pro day.
Yeah, that's what it's become the last couple of years, man.
Yeah, that's what happened last year. Now it's becoming the norm because game's evolving, the game's changing.
Well, that's like last year, man. You know, they didn't even invite Rocky Lombardi, and with what the stats or the numbers that he put up at his pro day would have put him like second amongst quarterbacks in 40 and some of the workouts and this and that. And it's like, man, if some of them aren't, why do some of them even show up if they're not going to do anything, you know, and give some other players some shots to do something, man. You know, I mean.
Yeah, but the NFL just expects you to learn their playbook right out of the gate now. And none of the GMs take accountability when they get wrong. For example, we found out yesterday that all 3 teams in the 2023 draft got their QB1. Carolina, Dave Tepper had Bryce Young at QB1. The Texans had Stroud as their QB1. And the Colts had Richardson as the number 1 player on their board.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, like Ballard came out and said that in a tweet a while ago, which Dan Dockett of Outkick archived. I didn't know the Colts had Richardson ahead of Stroud and Young.
The deceiving thing about
crazy though, like now they want to bring in competition for him.
The deceiving thing about Richardson was the injury history he had wasn't. He had, you know, two shoulder surgeries.
They didn't care about that. They liked his character and they liked his upside. So
the only thing that showed up in
QB in the draft, but they still want to bring in competition for Richardson, and they don't want to take any accountability if they're wrong.
Yeah, and the only thing that showed up on his medical history for college wise on the college side was 2 ACL tears. You know, and it was like, yeah, that's a little bit. It was just deceiving. So that's why, you know, it's like some of these players doing that. And, man, I don't know, but that's still crazy. They had him number 1, though. You know, I mean,
out of every player in the draft, the Colts had Richardson at number 1 on their board. That's what Dockett reported, and he proved it with receipts and an article saying that Ballard had Richardson atop his board ahead of Young and Stroud.
Well, that's probably why the Colts aren't doing very well this year.
Colts,
yeah. Past, you know.
I mean, honestly, you could argue that's a fireable offense if Richardson doesn't take the leap in year 3 like Allen, like Hurts, like Kyler Murray did. If he doesn't take that leap this year, you could argue that's a fireable offense.
Yeah, that's crazy though, man. But like I said, you know, that's one of those things, and that's why I put, you know, if Richardson went, you know, number 4 overall, went top 5, you know, and that's one of the things I mentioned in my Milroe evaluation. You know, Milroe, athletic as hell, you know, and everything else, and doesn't have the injury history. Sure, you know, I mean, whatever else
Richardson
he's
showed
got
a
going
lot of
on,
promise in his first game as a backup. He was making
Yeah.
like all 6 progressions against Georgia.
Yeah.
That's why I fell in love with his tape heading into the 22 college football season. And then he sort of underwhelmed, but even though he lost to Tennessee, he played well on the road against Tennessee in Neyland Stadium. So it's easy to see why people took him as early as he did. And now you got a YouTuber, Barry McCockiner, saying he's got the strongest arm in the league, even stronger than Allen. I don't know if I would go that far. He does have a cannon, but I wouldn't go that far yet. I mean,
strong if at least, Allen is a little bit more accurate. Richardson, I saw so much of him, and yeah, it looked like he was going through progressions, but I feel, most of the time he was looking for the open receiver, and he would just wing in a prayer, so many of them, and the strongest arm though, I think that definitely belongs to Allen. I mean, it was at the combine, Richardson was like, bounce the football off the ceiling line. I think most quarterbacks could do that. It was just kind of one of those, showing off things that they had going. But oh, that's crazy that they had number 1 though. I hadn't heard that one yet.
On their entire board, the Colts had Richardson at 1.
Man, that's a little bit.
So if the Colts had number 1 that year, they would have taken Richardson over Young and Stroud. Basically, nothing would have changed.
I wasn't that high on Young. I ended up with a 3rd round grade on him because,
the Panthers GM and their coaches initially wanted to take Stroud, but Dave Tepper, the owner, wanted Bryce Young.
Yeah, and there was that whole rip there.
And I think the Panthers ended up adjusting their board so that Young was number 1 at the end and the GM would be happy.
Yeah. And like I said, Josh McCown, there was a few of them there. McCown was definitely on that Stroud side, but there was a
380. How the hell do you run a 3.840? That's clearly a graphical error, a typographical error by the combine. That's
what do they have going on? Because you remember what at the Senior Bowl they had Dylan Gabriel saying.
Well, Cam Ward and Shadur are not throwing tomorrow. If that's what you'd like to know, they're not throwing tomorrow. Jackson Dart and Will Howard are the only QBs we haven't seen throw yet. And Howard was originally going to go to the Senior Bowl, but because the college football playoff dragged into late January, the Senior Bowl basically gives you an ultimatum. You have to make a decision by January 15th. So if you're in the national title, like Ohio State was, you're not really focused on the Senior Bowl. You're focused on winning the national title. Right. And they're not going to extend that deadline, which I think was kind of one of the flaws with the Senior Bowl. But hopefully the new guy who replaces Jim Nagy fixes that. Jim Nagy's headed to Oklahoma, so the Senior Bowl chairman, Jim Nagy, is going to be the GM at Oklahoma for the Sooners now. He's getting paid to recruit their program and run it from the ground up. So there's going to be a new person in charge of the Senior Bowl. I don't know who yet, but there is going to be a new person.
Interesting. Yeah, because
Barrett ran a 4.4 flat second time. So did Denzel Burke. So I'm going to put that in as official for now, but it's not officially official. Mello Dotson ran a 4.6 flat. I mean, I'm not high on Mello Dotson. I like Kobe Bryant, but it felt like Dotson got picked apart very frequently in a lot of the games Kansas played this year.
Yeah, Kansas really, underachieved this last year with what I figured, that they might be with, Jalen Daniels was, he's excellent, has some excellent potential to him and everything else, but, Kansas just didn't really, show out like I figured they would have.
But yeah, I do have an update. I think the Titans are taking Abdul Carter at 1. They just haven't publicly came out and said it yet because the other day at the Combine, William, their GM basically said we're looking at bringing in competition for Will Levis in either free agency or the draft. But I wasn't focused as much on the words as much as the nonverbal communication, the body language, because when the Titans GM said we're looking at a quarterback in free agency, his head was looking up directly at Ian Rappaport. When he said we're looking at a QB in the draft, his head was looking down, like he was either disappointed in the class or he just doesn't trust this draft class. He doesn't trust what the final product of this class is. So that tells me I think the Titans get Russell Wilson, and I think they draft Abdul Carter at 1. That would be my prediction for the Titans right now.
I like that. You know, I mentioned the other day, you know, at 1, if a quarterback goes, it's going to be Cam Ward. But it's one of those things, if that really happens, because
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic, the Browns insider, and Adam Schefter both believe Cam Ward is going to go to the Browns. I got that intel from Joey, but Andrew Berry is not giving away what they're going to do with body language cues. He's not giving anything away. Patriots basically said, we're looking at the trenches. Elliott Wolf, Vrabel, they're on the same page. That leads me to believe. And they also like Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter. If those two are there, they're going to pick one of them, but they don't believe either's going to be there at 4. So that leads me to believe Mason Graham or Will Campbell's the pick. And it really depends on what happens. Does nose tackle Devon Godchaux, who requested a trade, get traded? If he does, they probably take Graham. If he doesn't, they probably draft Will Campbell at 4.
Yeah.
I think it just comes down to that and that alone, because I really can't see any other option logistically where they're picking currently.
Yeah. And, you know, my Cam Ward, my final evaluation is with my publisher right now. It'll be out like probably tonight or tomorrow. But, you know, I definitely talked about some of that stuff in there. And, he's a great quarterback. I don't want to spoil anything, but, you know, I mean, it's still the point that I'll say it right now. I don't have him, you know.
My potential grade on Cam Ward is a 91 out of 99. I think he can get you to the playoffs and win a wild card game, but that's where he peaks. Basically, best case scenario, he becomes the AFC version of Dak Prescott. That's the best case scenario for Cam Ward.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that if that's what you want, but that's the best case scenario, I think, William, and I think we're in agreement on that, which is kind of sad.
And I have him a little bit of a comparison. He has a lot in common with Jalen Hurts. You know, it's just that's saying a lot, because, you know, Jalen is a Super Bowl winning quarterback now, but, you know, he was still drafted in the 2nd round. You know, and I saw a lot of things, and, you know, there were a lot of similarities, you know, between them. So, you know, that's one thing I see. I like him a little bit better than Dak Prescott, but it's.
I think I had an 87 on Hurts as far as potential goes, but he's a player. Hurts has thrived because he's gotten really the best supporting cast any of the QBs in the 2020 draft have gotten. Just with the defensive additions Philly's made, plus with the other players the Eagles have brought in through trades and free agency, like the A.J. Brown trade. That crippled the Titans, and it propelled the Eagles.
It was like, you know, trading him that's straight up for trailing Burks. And I like Burks, but I just didn't see where that was such a great trade. You know, it was just one of those things. But, you know, it's like this year they finally got Jalen Hurts a running back and Saquon Barkley, and look what he did. You know.
Yep.
I mean, didn't have that before, and I mean he's a good quarterback, but, you know, obviously has his limitations and everything else. And like I said, it just made, there were so many little similarities there that, you know, I had to mention the Jalen Hurts thing in my evaluation and everything like that. But, you know,
Giants are probably going to get Aaron Rodgers because they wanted Stafford. Diana Rossini reported they are shifting their focus to Aaron Rodgers. So if they get Rodgers, they'll probably take Hunter, which will put the Patriots in a position where they have to get either Will Campbell or Mason Graham. And if they don't trade Devon Godchaux, the nose tackle they gave a 3-year extension to before the draft, they're going to take Will Campbell at 4, I think. Because they said they want a left tackle. They want a tackle and a guard in free agency. But they also want to draft somebody in the trenches at 4. So they've already narrowed it down to Campbell or Graham, most likely, unless Carter or Hunter falls to 4.
Yeah. And, that's the player that I love with the Patriots is Hunter as a wide receiver. And
the Patriots would play him at both positions, but mainly corner. The Titans like Hunter as a corner. The Browns like Hunter as a receiver. The Browns would draft Hunter as a receiver, but I think he's a better fit as a corner. And the Browns have good receivers. They've got Judy and they've got Cedric Tillman. Yeah. So Hunter would be a slot receiver on the Browns. Or I feel like the Giants are going to get Hunter at 3, and they're going to get Aaron Rodgers, and they're going to try to go all in and win this year.
Yeah, and how I see Hunter, like I said, is he is an elite receiver, and I love that part of him. But like I said, who was it? Joey the other day saying that they were talking about being third down on either offense or defense, and that's exactly what I see with Hunter is to have him, playing that cornerback at times.
He can play nickel in third down situations.
Exactly, and go give me the ball, kind of the replacements. Bateman.
I believe he will end up playing corner in the NFL because that's the position he wants to play is cornerback. He wants to play corner rather than receiver.
Corners do have a better record of being successful in the first round.
And they have better longevity, less injury history. Both have injury history with the wrong medicals, but
and that's why I ever mentioned that before. Because I mentioned that with Brandis before, and how she said, you can see that he's a wide receiver that's playing, or an athlete that's playing cornerback, and it just made so much sense when I finally looked at it. I mentioned the cornerback thing first because I knew of the longevity and that kind of stuff. But then I started watching.
I don't know what the Giants are doing. The Giants could take Shadur Sanders, but I feel like they're only going to take him if they miss out on any of the good QBs in free agency, because the body language cues the Giants conveyed when they interacted with Shadur, they did seem very interested in drafting him initially. And they still might be interested in him, but
I definitely like your thoughts on that though, and
they were very eager in the Shrine Bowl interactions with Shadur Sanders. So I still think there is interest in Shadur, but I also think they're going to try to get a veteran QB. And if they can't get the veteran QB, then they'll settle for Shadur at that point.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm not that high on Shadur, and I think that one of the only places he can definitely succeed would be with Tom Brady and the Raiders, because
the Raiders might get Shadur at 6 though. That's the thing. If the Giants get Aaron Rodgers, I think one of the QBs is going to fall to 6.
Because I have so much respect for Tom Brady after just seeing and hearing him talk and everything else, since he has retired, and the guy's got more football IQ than anybody that I've ever seen or listened to. The guy knows so much. Yeah. And like I said, I don't know if he would take Shadur, but I see him as being able to control that situation and making it to where the kid can, do his thing. And so that's my thought on that, though.
Yeah,
Other than
we'll
that,
see the corners work out. I think yesterday one of the linebackers had Scrooge McDuck on their shoes when running the 40-yard dash. They had gold sneakers and they had Scrooge McDuck on the gold sneakers. It was like the most baller thing ever.
right? That's funny, dude.
Yeah, Joey said he might try to call in after his shift at Walmart today. So we might get Joey on for this a little bit of this show and today. So we'll see.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Because tomorrow we get the quarterbacks, the receivers, and the running backs. It's the longest day of the week. I think it's from 1 to 8. You know, you could stay until like 4 or 5 tomorrow if you've got technical problems on your end. But it's like there's just so much workouts tomorrow with the QBs, the receivers, and sometimes they split the QBs and receivers up into group 1, group 2. It's nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be cool anyway. Yeah, it's just I just wish more would work out. It's
Ward's not working out till his pro day, and neither is Sanders. And I've heard every other QB is probably a 3rd round grade because I think it's going to be a lot like 22. We're going to see Ward and Sanders come off the board early. I do have a second on Sanders. I have Sanders at like 57 or 58 on my board. I do think he's going to go in the top 5 or to the Raiders at 6. But I also believe that, Shadur Sanders, someone's going to take him a lot earlier than he should go. And then we're not going to see a QB go in the rest of round 1 or round 2 because there's just most teams think next year's draft is stronger. And even if the Steelers let Wilson and Fields both walk, worst case scenario, you really suck next year and you get to draft a quarterback in Pittsburgh, which is hosting the 26th draft. That's the worst case scenario if you manage to have a really shitty year next year. You get to draft a quarterback in your city, which is hosting the draft. So I don't think that's a big drawback in terms of drawbacks. So I don't think Steelers, there's a lot of urgency for them to draft their guy this year. There's not a lot of urgency for the Titans to draft their guy. Shit, there's not a lot of urgency for the Browns to draft their guy. They're building a new stadium set to open in 2028. So,
and they draft quarterbacks all the time, dude. It doesn't really matter to the Browns. So,
but the thing is, the Browns will be playing in an indoor stadium in 2028, like the Raiders. But the stadium's going to be constructed like the Vikings Stadium in Brook Park. They won't have to play in the freezing cold anymore. That's going to change the outlook to a degree. Yeah, even if they miss on this QB, they're not going to miss on the next one.
I do see somebody to wanted to take a chance on Milroe's athleticism somewhere. So I think he'll go high enough. But other than that, it's like I've got a third on Jackson Dart, a tentative, not final, a third to fourth to about the same to Will Howard.
I've got 4 QBs in the third. I've got Ewers at 65 on my board, very top of round 3. Dart at 69. I've got Milroe at 84 and Howard at 85 on my board.
And my preseason on Quinn Ewers was a second round pick, and it's the one thing. The problems I have with him, I mean, he's got his accuracy is weird because it's kind of close, but it's just he hits all around the player, so it kind of screws his ball placement, that kind of stuff, but and his improv, there was a few times that he really could have done something. I mean, the dude is, I mean, he can throw and he can do stuff, but it's almost like there's I have to keep saying that. It's like, Jackson Dart, there's something missing. But Ewers, I mean, I believe in his heart too, because he stuck around with Manning breathing down his neck, and that shows that just shows a lot of drive and character, with him to, kind of overshadow some of his, other physical limitations, because he is a little bit thin. He was what, like, I don't know, like 198 last time or something. He'll probably be like 210 or something now, but that was one of the, I think
An
it was
NFL QB coach does have Jalen Milroe ranked ahead of Shedeur Sanders, and this is from Detroit. The city reporting this is a Detroit Lions fan blog. So I'm not sure if I don't think it's the Lions that have this intel, but it's got to be somebody in the Midwest. Oh, the Lions meet with Milroe like I expect. So the Lions have met with Milroe. Maybe he's the plan B after Goff if Hooker isn't the plan B after Goff. So, or maybe they have Milroe and Hooker compete with each other.
Yeah, I remember evaluating Hooker too, and I had until he tore his ACL. I had a late second or early third on him, but one of the problems that I keep with Hooker watching him on film is if he was going to run the ball, his feet, like right before he started doing that, would really start moving. He would almost get like, almost look like happy feet. Or if he was going to pass, his feet would stop moving. And it was just one of those things that, how accurate he was, how many, wins he had at Tennessee and everything. It was one of those things where it was like, dude, you got to like really fix on that because, defensive players are going to key on that, all day long. That's as bad as is having, a slow release to where they see you, they know when you're going to throw the ball and not, But Hooker, he definitely has some potential, and he was a very accurate passer, but whatever ends up happening with him there, it would definitely be interesting with Milroe, because that's kind of a different kind of fit. Excuse me for a second.
Yeah, I'm reading some stuff on X. I think the team that might be looking at Milroe is the Steelers. Some scout texted that the Steelers are going to draft Milroe. I don't know. Steelers are great at finding players in the draft.
Yeah, they definitely are. The Steelers are, and that would actually be a good. That's more of a less a head scratching fit, because of having Fields there and having the offense that they have, and installed there. So Milroe would definitely, as long as they had someone to get them along and let them spend a year developing, because that's going to be key for Milroe. You throw him to the wolves, man, and things are probably not going to end up very well, But,
yeah, the Steelers, the Colts, the Browns, the Lions have all met with him.
Nice.
So that's all I have on Milroe at the moment.
Like I said, the guy, he's best athlete on the field. When he's running, he just needs to slow down and get his footing about him and kind of take his time. And he's definitely a student of the game. He got real high character. He's always got a smile on his face. Things like that. Just one of those people that, you wouldn't feel bad about wouldn't have many questions about him coming in. It's just they've got to develop him. Whoever ends up with him, and he will.
There's people that have day 3 grades on Milroe. I think that is laughably bad as far as the evaluation process goes. I think that is laughably bad.
So many people just
like Jalen Milroe round 5 through 6. Tyler Shows a day 2 QB. Quinn Ewers, round 7. I don't know who made these rankings, but these MAC drafting, this is laughably bad. Like, I'm sorry, this is just not.
And all the ones talking about Jackson Dart moving and, just blowing the smoke. And it's like, dude, Jackson Dart is a good quarterback, but he is another developmental guy that, has his limitations, and people just need to, slow their roll and let him get drafted in the right place, because it is so unfair to some of these players get hyped the way they do.
Some of these sites are acting like Jackson Dart's best Ole Miss quarterback since Eli Manning. No, he's a raw version of Matt Corral who might have more upside. That's what he is. Just accept that, guys.
Yeah, and he was a better quarterback the year before last than he was last year. I mean that there's something that I'm not sure. It was like he lost some confidence in his arm, or lost some confidence in something, but it was almost like watching a different player, So, but it's like, so many of these players can do stuff, but they'll never live down the hype that they get, And Anthony Richardson is probably one of those guys. They just got so hyped up because the media and everybody else wants a hero, or wants to get their whatever competition, the interest going. They want the ratings and everything else, man. It's like, it's just so not fair to some of these kids. If you draft them in the right place, if you do that, they're not gonna get hurt. They're not gonna have expectations that they can't live down. I mean, it just gives them a chance to sit back, do their work, and it's like Milrow, I mean, you can see that he works at it. That's why I mentioned that, he's got a work ethic, but he's a young guy, and he just needs to get that experience, and needs to develop right. It's like I was talking about Tom Brady's
Yeah, Daniel Kelly's got a second on Milrow, but he said he would take Ewers, Dart, and Milrow ahead of Shadur Sanders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's one thing. While there, it's kind of sad. I saw this thing in there, like, trashing Daniel over his thoughts on Shadur, and it was like, dude, that's not cool, man. It's like this.
Everybody has an opinion, even if you disagree with the opinion or think it's a whack opinion.
Yeah. And it's like, I always love hearing other people's opinions and things like that. The only thing that I've really, tried not to do is read, other people's evaluations or such before I do my own, because I just don't want to get swayed.
So now we've got the line drill. The 40-yard dashes are over, so I'm typing like information of players that are doing well in the line drill. LSU cornerback Zy Alexander did well in this drill. Jabbar Muhammad, who didn't run the 40-yard dash, now lining up in the line drill. He caught the ball, but he didn't keep his feet on the lines throughout the entire drill like some of the corners. So I just noticed that.
Right. I'm trying to see what else we got here.
Quincy Riley doing the line drill. I like the technique. He kept his toes on the line, but he didn't keep his feet on the line for the entirety of the drill. But he did keep his toes on the line for the entirety of the drill, but he didn't keep both of his feet on the line for the entirety of the drill like Jalen Smith, some of these other corners. But, I don't think you can critique him too much for that, since he did keep his toes on the line. There's other corners who've had their feet and their toes off the line throughout this drill, like Dorian Strong. Geez, 4, 5, 6. There were at least 5 steps where his left foot and his right foot were off the line entirely. The toes, the entire foot was off the line. And Azaria Thomas was off the line for like 7 steps, and he didn't catch the ball. And there are people that have Azaria Thomas in round 1, the Florida State corner. It's like, no. I have a
I was
fourth on
actually
Isaiah Thomas. Florida State only won 2 games this year.
I almost
And
brought his name
as
up
good
a
as
minute
Thomas
ago.
is, he's not a first-round corner. I'm sorry, he's not.
No, I almost brought him up a minute ago after watching him at the Senior Bowl. You know, I mean, he could do he can play a little bit, but man, no, he got burned a few times at the Senior Bowl, and I couldn't understand why they had him ranked up so high. You know, your fourth sounds about it. You know, I know Daniel Kelly. We were just talking about. I was talking to him the other day, and he's still trying to, you know, see if there was a corner, you know, worth.
So Travis Hunter's just going to
worth
sit there in
pursuing.
his sweatshirt, just like Drake May, Caleb Williams, Jane Daniels last year, and not work out until the pro days. So that's Kobe Bryant's doing the line drill now. Or is this another drill separate from the line drill? It looks like the line drill. Denzel Burke didn't have his feet on the line at all in the line drill. Like, what the hell? Like,
Got to pull up the old computer here. See some things.
Maxwell Hairston, again, he did make he struck initially didn't have his feet on the line drill, but then he got them on as the drill progressed. Yeah, I mean, Bilal Cohn, he played at Western Michigan and Indiana State. He's working out right now. But it's kind of confusing because the defensive backs coaches point their fingers left, right, but they want you to run that direction while keeping your feet on the line. That's the whole purpose of the line drill. Is it's not easy. They want you to run a certain direction while keeping your feet on the line. But some players see them point left, right, and they think, okay, I got to run to the right in the line drill, even if it means keeping my feet off of the drill for a few seconds. And Darian Porter, I don't know. Darian Porter looked like he was playing hopscotch on that last version of the line drill. Very weird.
I remember we used to have some like that.
Quincy Riley
Calisthenics and stuff.
keeps his feet off the line in the drill. He caught the football, but he kept his feet off the line. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We can ask Joey about it when he calls in, but yeah, most of the corners I've covered. It does sound like Will Johnson, Benjamin Morrison, and Hunter are going to rely on their pro days. Dorian Strong caught the ball in the line drill.
Yeah, and well, like you mentioned, Craven Hunter, he's going to do whatever he wants. Still the point of. I'd like to see him work out though.
Interesting news. Philadelphia 76ers center Joel Embiid is considering retirement after this season. He's only played in the NBA for like 11 years. I mean, he was drafted out of 1 year removed from college, and he's been in the NBA for 11 years now, so he's like 29. I mean, he's not even 30 yet. I mean, that's very short career. I mean, he did play. I think he's been in the. Yeah, he was he's third overall in 2014, and he missed his rookie year with a season-ending injury. So he's only played in the NBA for a decade.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very short career compared to 12, 15 years. But some people only want to play 10 years. They want to keep their health intact.
Definitely keep
do other things with their life after they get their money.
When they're good at it, yeah. At some of them, it was like, what's his name? Carson Palmer that time. When I'll just go ahead and sit. He's like, I still have that $97 million you gave me. Players, it's like that's all it takes. Once they get paid, they make a career out of it, and it's definitely good for them. Or the fans that like go out to retiring or something else or holding out. It's like, dude, it's like if you got the money, it's like just leave them alone, man. I don't even. It's like Christian McCaffrey, man. It's like if or whatever. It's like no, I like what's best for the player. I best. I've been called a hater, called all that kind of good stuff, and it's like, dude, it's like I always just love what's best for the player, for them.
Yeah.
Luke Kuechly retired after 9 years, because he didn't with concussions or whatever. He was performing as well as he was. Cool. He's still freaking one of the best linebackers ever. He definitely deserves, the Hall. He started out his career, but still, so many people die, and it's like, come on, man, don't do that. Freaking. Let's see what else we got. You said you had the 40 times in Draft Utopia?
I'm laughing because there's just so much news on my feed, not just sports news, but political news. Like somebody said, the president kicked Zelensky out of the White House after the meeting. I mean, the meeting was pretty heated. That's all I'm going to say on the meeting because I want to focus more on the combine than politics. I know there's a commercial. Do you have to promote Snow White? I mean, that movie, the Snow White live action movie looks horrible. It does. I mean, and the actress is very entitled. She's very entitled. She doesn't care about the character and the history of the character. She just wants to reframe the character.
Oh, right.
It's just so much entitlement.
No, I saw something about Zilla. I was like, oh, wow. No, they were him and Vance were getting into it a little bit. I was like, oh, here we go. That's going to be all.
Okay, so here, Hard Knocks, they're not doing an off-season Hard Knocks after the Giants disaster. None of the NFL teams want to do an off-season Hard Knocks where they share their draft board with HBO after last year. So what they're going to do instead is they're going to air Bill Belichick and North Carolina for off-season Hard Knocks. They're going to air a college team. And honestly, that's a market cool. HBO should tap into. They should tap into the college football market instead of the NFL. And I think part of it is the NFL teams just don't want to give HBO access to their big boards after the Giants fiasco with losing Saquon Barkley and the Eagles winning the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
That's a big part of it. So, plus Belichick's going to bring in ratings. And if you focused on college football, you could tap into that market. Not necessarily games, but you could air like mini camps and stuff. You could tap into that sports market.
I could definitely watch that with you and see that's. I figure that'd be a lot better than some of these NFL teams, with these divas and such.
So the next drill is the back pedal and 45-degree angle drill. Everybody's catching the ball. Azaria Thomas with a nice reception there. This drill kind of reveals zone coverage more than anything else, and a lot of these drills are geared more towards zone coverage than man coverage. Have you noticed that, William, that a lot of the combine drills are more geared towards zone coverage than man coverage?
Yeah. And I think they're trying to show, you know, what I watched at the Senior Bowl. It was one-on-one with what they were doing, showing some of these players. So they might be trying to put a little bit of.
They're comparing Azaria Thomas to Kalen Bullock, the Texans safety, who was drafted in the 3rd round out of USC. Kalen Bullock was decent in coverage, but he was fast. He was decent in coverage, but he couldn't tackle. He missed a lot of tackles on tape. That's why he fell to the 3rd round, and he still had trouble missing tackles in some of the NFL games where the Texans lost. Okay? He's good in coverage, but he does miss tackles on running plays, on other plays. So Maxwell Harris catches it. But they're also trying to measure the speed, how fast they run in terms of miles per hour, not just the analytics. Kobe Bryant catches it.
What is with the mile an hour thing lately, man? I mean, before the last few years, that was something that just wasn't.
How fast is the player in terms of miles per hour? That's basically become a thing the last few years. I know, it's really weird.
And it's like, I remember seeing that with Luke Musgrave, and it was like almost 21.5 miles an hour at the Senior Bowl or something before. I guess maybe, another one of the proprietary stats where they're trying to make everything look so, different than.
Jordan Hancock now running this drill. 45 degrees, then he backpedals, and he catches it. Fell on the ground, but he caught it, and he got back up.
Oh, man, I'm going to go back this for a sec.
Okay, so the Iowa receiver dropped the pass in the backpedal in 45-degree drill, William, and what happened in this drill was the receiver looked like Casper the Ghost. The corner's hands, he was looking at the ball like the ball just disappeared, and it's just a really weird reaction. Robert Longerbeam, not a bad play. Mac Wick-Williams, nice catch. Jabbar Muhammad up here. Muhammad moving his feet. I've got a 2nd-round grade on Hairston Muhammad. I had a 1st on Morrison, but the medicals, he missed so many games that he moved down to round 2. I do think Morrison's a corner who could be a steal in the draft if he's healthy, though. But the fact that he didn't work out in any of these drills tells me he's still injured and the medicals are more severe than anticipated. Because I think he wants to work out, William. I don't know if he's injured or he can't or what the deal is. But I would think that's part of it.
Yeah, for sure. There they went.
And then the second group's going to be the safeties. Nick Eamon-Warre, Malachi Starks, Sebastian Castro, Xavier Watts. I'll be honest, I'm more excited about that group than this group because I feel like a lot of the star corners have just refused to work out. Even Jahdae Barron ran the 40, but I haven't seen him in the on-the-field drills. Revel didn't run the 40. I didn't see him in these drills. Like a lot of the corners that are projected in both the 1st and 2nd round in most mock drafts haven't worked out today. So I'm not that excited about the cornerback group outside of Quincy Riley and Hairston, Muhammad, and some of the Denzel Burke, Kobe Bryant, some of the guys I'm really higher on than the consensus. I like Dorian Strong. I do like some of the corners. Trey Amos, Justin Wally. There are some guys I like, William, but a lot of them are either running the 40 and not working out in the drills, or they're working out in the drills and not running the 40. There's no congruency there, you know? It's really irritating for me as a scout.
You know, that's like I said, you know, I mean, even if it is these guys running around, you know, short.
Well, they can do this stuff at their pro day too, where they're more comfortable. That's the thing. It's the comfort level. It's a big deal for them. Plus, we've seen guys get injured at running the 40-yard dash, and they lose millions of dollars as a result. So the agents are telling them to play it safe. The agents are telling me, you did all this in college, you're entitled to this amount of money, and the players listen to them. So I don't think it's just a player problem. I think it's an agent problem too.
Yeah, for sure. Do that. Hold on just 1 minute. Sorry about that. My neighbor came over for a second. Anyway.
No worries.
But yeah, no, like I said, run around in their underwear and stuff. It's still, you know, players should, you know, if they're going to show up, they should do something instead of.
Riley's a consensus day 3 pick, but I do have a first-round grade on Riley. I've had a first on him since the beginning of the year, and I haven't changed that. Even when I've moved him down, even when other guys have rose up the draft boards, I've stood firm with Riley. Riley's at 32 on my board right now. I didn't see enough. If he had a bad day, you could argue I need to move him out of the top 32, but, you know, he ran a 4.49. He did not have a bad day. So, yeah. I mean, he had a great day. And he's caught everything in the cornerback drills. So I'm probably going to keep him. I've got my board at 182 players. So here's what we'll do to kill some time during the commercials. I will go through my board here in its entirety to kill some time. Not 1, I've got Travis Hunter. 2, I've got Will Campbell. 3, I've got Abdul Carter. 4, Will Johnson. And 5, Mason Graham. That's my top 5. I've got Genty at 6, Cam Ward at 7. And I've got McMillan and Burden at 8 and 9. I think McMillan's floor is. I have the exact same floor and ceiling grade on both Burden and McMillan. McMillan's not running the 40 tomorrow. Burden is. Yeah. So I do think there is an opportunity for Burden to separate himself from McMillan. That's why I've had those two neck and neck for the entire process, because I know McMillan had 1,000 yards and Burden didn't in 24. I'm aware of that, but a lot of McMillan's signature games came against weaker opponents, and he did jack shit against Travis Hunter in Colorado. That was like the toughest opponent he played all year, and he really struggled in that game against Hunter.
Yeah. You know, one thing, too, I've been last few days was people talking about a Burden sliding down, and I'm figure that out because
there are mocks that have Burden sliding to round 2, and it's just laughably bad. I mean, I still have the guy in the top 10, just like in the preseason. I still have him in the top 10. I think his floor and his ceiling is very high, despite the fact that he had a down year at Missouri. I don't think that's on him.
And that's the thing, because it's just the media that does that kind of thing, you know, because before grade or start talking about a player differently, you know, it's either I'm what happens, and then, you know, all of a sudden, you know, the media just wants to step in and say, oh yeah, this guy's based on what? You know, there's nothing to base it on, and it's like, that's evaluations are I base them on you know, the film that I provide and everything translated to.
I think the stats and the tape have to be congruent with each other. Okay, I'll give you an example. Paxton Lynch, he had great stats. Joey and I both hated his tape coming out of Memphis. We were not Paxton Lynch fans. We also didn't like Mitchell Trubisky. We both thought Trubisky sucked. in the 2017 draft. He had Kaiser as his QB1. I had Mahomes. I loved Mahomes. I was on the Mahomes bandwagon before anyone else. I had Mahomes in my first round in June of 2016. That's how early I was hyping up Mahomes in the pre-draft process. I think my very first mock in June of 2016 for the 2017 draft, I had Myles Garrett at 1, Deshaun Watson at 2, and Patrick Mahomes at 3. Nobody else was that ahead of the curve when it came to Mahomes. I've got Mikael Williams at 10 on my board, the Georgia edge. He didn't work out yesterday, and I've got Emeka Egbuka at 11. Xavier Watts, the player we scouted, I have at 12. And then I have James Pierce Jr., who ran a 4.47 yesterday at the combine for Tennessee at 13. Kelvin Banks is 14 on my board. Walter Nolan is 15. I know some people are taking Nolan off their boards because he said he was going to work out yesterday, and then he backtracked on that. But it's like Nolan probably knows he's the number 2 D tackle in the draft now.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just consensus, it's mainstream. He doesn't have to work out. He worked out at the Senior Bowl. Everything's there. The tape is there. Everything's there to validate he's the number 2 defensive tackle after Mason Graham.
Yeah. And that's another thing too, like we were just talking
So the
about,
fact that teams are saying we're taking this guy off our board, bullshit. I do not believe that for a second.
Yeah. For what, man? He didn't work out. Maybe he has something.
Choosing not to work out at the combine. He knows he's going to be the second guy picked after Graham. There's no reason for him to damage his stock if he's in the top 15 of the boards now. Tyler Booker, I have at 16.
Maybe he had a bad day. Maybe
top 16. What do you think of that?
Whatever, man. It's fair, and I've heard so much about Nolan. I mean, you talk him up a lot. So yeah, but what was what's his name had a good name yesterday, the defensive end. Where do you have what's his name?
College? Can you give me college?
Texas A&M.
Texas A&M. Is it Shamar Stewart or Nick Sporton? They have 2 defensive ends in my first round. Shamar. I have Shamar Stewart. Yeah, because looking at the back end of round 1, I know I'm aware that the backpedal and 90-degree angle drills are on NFL Network. I'm typing data for that on the website as we speak. But I'm also trying to have a conversation with William here about the draft. I've got Jahdae Barron out of Texas at 17 on my board. I don't think Barron has the ceiling of a Pro Bowl player, but his floor is so freaking high, he's going to get picked in the first round. Like, worst case scenario, he gives you a nickel corner or a number 2 corner that's a day 1 starter because his floor is just so damn high. And the same was with Tyler Warren, who I have at 18, and Matthew Golden at 19. I don't view any of those 3 as Pro Bowl players, but their floors are so damn high. The worst case scenario is you're getting a day 1 starter. Like, those are very risk-averse picks, William, in that respect, because their floors are all really high.
I love Tyler Warren just because of his football IQ. The guy.
I like Warren more than Brenton Strange. I did not like Brenton Strange in the 2023 draft, but I had Warren on my radar that early in the process, but I didn't know when he was going to break out, and he broke out this year.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no. That, like I said, is just nuts. And I love watching players like him.
Yeah, I've got Tate Ratledge at 20. I had Tate Ratledge as my number 1 guard at the beginning of the year. He missed a few games with an injury, but he came back from the injury. I think the Georgia right guard had really good tape. I've got him at 20. I've got Deion Walker at 21. I had Walker at 13 at the beginning of the year, but, the thing with Walker is the pad level. And he looked kind of sluggish in the combine drills yesterday. You could argue that I should move him out of round 1, but I haven't really seen enough to where I want to move him out of round 1. Joel Klatt still has him in the first round. I loved what I saw from Walker on tape against South Carolina, against some of these other teams. He was consistently getting pressure on the quarterback with rip moves, with swim moves. The technique was there. Yes, the pad level's high. I've acknowledged that. but I'm not going to move the guy out of the first round if I love the rip moves, swim moves, the technique. If I love that, I'm not going to move a guy out of the first round.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he's the player we hyped him up to be at the beginning of the year, but I also haven't seen enough to move him out of round 1. And then I've got Kenneth Grant out of Michigan at 22, Xavier Restrepo out of Miami, Florida at 23. I moved Derek Harmon out of Oregon into the first round. Really good floor player. I have him at 24, and then I've got Shamar Stewart at 25. Connor Lee is 26 in my rankings. Malachi Starks is 27. He's my number 2 safety. Colson Loveland's 28. I still have Sebastian Castro in the first round. I had Castro as high as the top 20 at one point. I've moved him down to 29, but I still like him enough to pick him in round 1. Same with Clay Webb. Same with Quincy Riley, who's 31, and Nick Scorton rounds out my top 32. So that just gives you a base overview of my first round. And now they're going to the Terrell Austin drill 1. Zy Alexander looks good in this drill.
That's one thing our viewers need to pay attention to. Your top 32 players like that, dude. I've gone back and looked at some of your stuff, and
I've got Donovan Jackson and Josh Simmons at 33 and 34. I had Jackson the first for most of the process, and Simmons is a guy that I had a 4th on the beginning of the year, but I watched his tape. He's not consistent enough to be a round 1 player, but I like enough of what I see with Josh Simmons to where, okay, I'll put him at 34. I'll bite the bullet. I'll put my ego aside, and I'll put Josh Simmons at 34. And I think 34 is a good spot for him. It's not too high. It's not too low.
Right.
There are some people that have Simmons as high as 4 because they just don't think Will Campbell can play tackle in the NFL. They don't think his arm length is going to translate well. Harris is at 35.
Going to between Simmons or Cobb at number 11 to the Niners, and I don't see how at that
he's
point.
more of a left tackle than a right tackle. He's not a good fit. Yeah. The Niners need a right tackle next to Trent Williams. They do need a left tackle in the future, but I don't think Simmons is the right guy for what they want to do.
No,
And this is not a draft where you can get a right tackle at 11. This is not a draft where you can do that. It's a good tackle draft, but how many of these guys have experience at right tackle? That's the thing I look for. I know the Browns are moving DeJuan Jones from right tackle to left tackle, but I don't think that's a good idea. DeJuan Jones, he played right tackle 4 years in high school. He played right tackle 4 years at Ohio State. He played right tackle all of his rookie year when he got the opportunity to play, and most of this season. I mean, he was hardly used at left tackle. So the idea that you would take a guy who's played the same position on the offensive line for a decade and flip him over to the other side, I've never been a fan of that, William. I'll be honest. I get it in certain circumstances. If the player's arm length is small or they're not what you'd like them to be, I get it in certain circumstances. I don't understand what the Browns are doing.
Yeah.
In that respect. Now, Joey disagrees with me on this. He just wants to give the team the benefit of the doubt, but when he's wrong, he's just going to roast the team. That's just Joey. He's at the point where he's tired of being the critic. He wants to be the fan. Okay, that's cool. We respect that, but at the end of the day, you also got to be critical and take accountability when you're wrong on stuff. Sometimes. The more you do it, the better off your credit is, but it is what it is. The Terrell Austin drill's going on. I thought Zy Alexander looked good in this drill. Quincy Riley's running this drill now. And Riley looked good. It looked like he got a pick 6 on the drill. Quincy Riley.
But yeah, going back to that Niner thing, it's like Shanahan. He learned from his dad how to pick offensive linemen and running backs. That's one of those things. I don't see him picking it up 11.
And historically speaking, the 49ers have gotten their talent in the draft in day 2. Mm-hmm. They got Aaron Banks and Pooney in day 2. And they've gotten other guys in day 3, like the guy from Western Michigan who filled in for Williams. They got they got the guy from West Virginia at right tackle in the 4th or 5th round, I think. So they've gotten linemen in day 3. So they're confident in their
And
ability to
Pooney.
find linemen later in the draft. I
Yeah.
don't think they're going to pick one at 11. I think they're going to go with I think a defensive tackle could be in play. I think a wide receiver could be in play depending on what happens. If Ayuk or Debo gets traded, I think a wide receiver is going to go at 11.
Yeah. That's one of the things where I was looking at
if they keep both receivers, I think it's a D tackle. I think they go Walter Nolan. I think they go with a D tackle because they have.
I would love to see that too.
They don't have Hargrave under contract anymore, but they still have Malik Collins for one more year. But they need that true number 1 defensive tackle with Hargrave gone, with Buckner gone, with all these Armstead gone. They need that true number 1 D tackle. Honestly, I wouldn't blame Lynch if he doubled up at the position, but I don't think he will. I don't think that's practical or realistic.
Yeah, and it's like what with their line just absolutely destroyed Kansas City, and it's like what the Niners need a defensive tackle that absolutely collapse the damn pocket for whatever it's worth, and Nolan go there at all, and I mean it's just one. It needs to be done, They still got Leonard Floyd for another year, I think.
I thought the decision to pay DeMondre Lenore was a bad decision because he's your 3rd best corner. Ward and Renardo Green are better. I know Ward's getting older, and I know some GMs don't like to keep corners in their 30s, and they just like to reload, and I get that. But I did not agree with paying Lenore $18 million a year. If you want a nickel corner, this is a draft. You can get a nickel corner. You can reload. Just pay a Ward team-friendly deal. I didn't agree with Lynch on that one, but hey, we'll see what the Niners do. They could very easily go with a corner, but I'm thinking D tackle and corner are going to be the positions they target, especially if Ward walks.
Oh yeah, for sure. They need to put their priorities in line. Definitely leaving, and Kittle's.
Yeah, I've got. You got Nick Eamon-Wari at 36. Trey Harris at 35, Izaraku at 37. Judkins is 38 on my board now. Tyleek Williams, I had him in the 1st. I now have him at 39. Tui Malolo, I have at 40. Siobhan Rebel, 41. I have Hampton at 42. I had Hampton at 35. It's not that I moved him down. It's just other guys have impressed me as the process has picked up. Jack Sawyer's 43. Dylan Fairchild's 44. Landon Jackson's 45. Hairston's 46. Jabbar Muhammad's 47. Tez Johnson's 48. I've got Fannin at 49. I've got Ole Gordon at 50. So that's my top 50.
Nice.
I can keep going, but I don't want to go too far ahead of things because I do think there are some talented players. I've got Logan Parr, who didn't even get a combine invite at 51. Alfred Collins at 52. Billy Bowman Jr. at 53. Kyle Monangai at 54. Jihad Campbell. Benjamin Morrison's 56. Still ahead of Shadur Sanders, even with the medicals. What does that say about Shadur Sanders? That I have Morrison ahead of him. Even with the medicals, I would take Morrison before Sanders if it were just based on talent alone, not need. Bursary, I have at 58. Gray Zabel, North Dakota State, 59. Denzel Burke at 60. Emory Jones, 61. Neal, 62. Malachi Moore, 63. Jonas Sanker, 64. So that's the first 2 rounds. But there's like a limited amount of guys with Pro Bowl upside once you get to day 3. I think there's maybe 8 players with Pro Bowl upside once you get to day 3. I still think there's guys with upside to develop into starters, but you're looking at high-end starter versus borderline starter, high-end starters once you get to day 3.
Right. Hey, man, I'm going to switch to my computer, so I'm going to drop off this and go.
Yeah, I sent you a link to this on Facebook, so you can switch to your computer, and then we'll resume whenever you get back.
Okay, it'll be just a few.
Yeah. And it does sound like, if we get the 40 times for the corners, we'll post those. I don't think we're going to get those right away. And tomorrow we're going to have bench press reps for the corners, the safeties, the tight ends, and we're going to have to get weigh-ins for the QBs. Even the ones that don't work out, like the official weigh-ins. Yep. So, Eamon Worry, there's some guys on the board here. I'll get into round 3. I'll get into round 3 tomorrow and rounds 4 on Sunday. Because I went through my top 64 on this show, but I'll do that. I'll go into further detail tomorrow and Sunday on that. But the box drill's coming up. All right, so Trey Amos. What is this? The box. Yep. All right. So Williams back.
What are you up to, man?
What's going on?
Nada. I can see a lot better now. You just can't see me.
Yeah. And I think that's because the camera right now.
Yeah, I got to get a camera on my thing done, but no worries, man. I'm still here. I wonder if I can put a beautiful picture of myself on here. Anyway, did I miss anything, Chris?
Not really. You didn't miss much. And the Rams have extended Alaric Jackson at left tackle. So they have Stafford back on a restructured deal, and they have Alaric Jackson back at left tackle.
Oh, did they sign Stafford back?
Yeah, on a restructured deal. So
Yeah.
10
I
million less.
remember all the trade talk
All
they
the
had
trade was
going on
just
with him.
leverage to get them to pay him what he wanted.
Yeah, exactly. They were, I heard all kinds of things like that. Oh yeah, it's people saying, oh, they're going to trade the 3rd overall pick, the Giants or something. It's like, no, they're not. It's like not for a 1 or 2 year
Cleveland
rental. Come
Browns
on, man.
social media handle: bright futures ahead. Cam Ward, Shadur Sanders.
Nice.
That's what the Browns social media is handling.
Let's see, that didn't cut me off, did it?
No, it didn't. They're still in a commercial for I think they're doing the box drill for the combine, but like I forgot the exact name of the drill. I'll admit I'm not as focused as I was last year on the drills, but I think the interactions are more entertaining compared to a year
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, for real, for real. So let's see. What can I find on here? Dum. Trying to see if there's anything interesting on here. Now that I'm not on my damn phone.
The gauntlet, Mike St. Ristel did well in the gauntlet. So I guess they're doing the gauntlet drill for the corners now. You know, even if Travis Hunter only did this one drill, it'd be cool to see him in the gauntlet. He's not going to do it, I don't think, but that's what the combine's become. It has basically become an American Gladiators audition for the day 2 and day 3 picks, the 3rd to
Right.
7th round picks. Even the 2nd round picks are competing in some of the drills at the combine. So that's basically what the combine's become. It's become American Gladiators for the rounds 3 through 7 picks, William. Okay.
Pretty much, dude. Let's see,
Yeah, I know that American Gladiators analogy. It was kind of horrible. I know if Joey were here, I'd get roasted to a degree for that, but it's not a bad analogy. Like,
right.
the gauntlet
Let's see.
drill is coming up.
Harrison hit 24.25 miles an hour. That's pretty quick.
Let's see the gauntlet. Yeah, and then the safeties are, because I think after the gauntlet they do the safeties, because it's 4:48. I would think they're going to do the safeties by 5. If they want to get out of here by 8 again, they're probably going to do the safeties at 5, and then they're going to do the tight ends at 7. Zy Alexander. Oh, Zy Alexander did not catch everything in the gauntlet drill. He dropped 2 balls in the gauntlet. I can't praise him for his work in the gauntlet on Draft Utopia. You got to catch everything in the gauntlet and keep your feet on the line.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to not care if the player kept their feet on the line, but Joey told me that's a critical part. Taught me that's a critical part of the gauntlet.
Mm. Yeah, that's why I don't do too many cornerbacks, especially like evaluations and
Trey
stuff.
Amos caught everything in the gauntlet drill. Kobe Bryant dropped 1 ball, but he caught everything else. And Denzel Burke dropped a pass too.
Mm.
So you don't do very many cornerback evaluations?
Oh, yeah. The cornerback evaluations, it's when on the evaluations I use a lot of YouTube or NFL video, stuff that's available to everyone. It's like obviously all 22 is so great and everything else, but to actually uh explain the translation and stuff to players, and actually have all that film that's available. It's kind of one of those things where where I don't like just doing it
I
so
like
much
all 22
because
film, but I do not want to pay for all 22 film. So
yeah,
if that means I have to get standard film, fine, so be it.
yeah,
I'm okay
yeah.
with that. And look, if you
I
pay for all 22 film, that's your choice, that's your derogatory, but just know I have about as much respect for you as I do as someone who pays for an OnlyFans model, and that's not very much respect, if any at all.
right, and it's like, dude, no, I mean, all 22 film, they follow me on Twitter, so there's that.
But I'm
I
in
just
what the group I'm in with Colton. There's some people in that group that want to pay for all 22 film, and they
yeah,
want to
dude.
put together a fundraiser to get money for all 22 film. It's like, guys, it's not worth paying for. You can download game film on the internet. You can upload it to you can even edit it in iMovie and upload it to a YouTube channel. Yeah, you'll get hit with a copyright strike, but you can actually learn something and go in depth when you're editing film cuts, and you save money. I've never understood paying for game film. It's just no. No.
Right, right. And like I said, I use everything that's available to everyone else. It's like, the proof that I have, the evidence that I have is what I use that's available to everyone, so then they can see it too without, having to do that or having to take my word that I saw something on all 22 and I didn't, and they can't see it, it's like,
I still do film cuts, but I haven't done as many because like what I like to do is when NFL season's ongoing and I have to get predictions for 7 other staff writers for 16 games a week, it's just too time consuming. I can't do that
right.
Draft-Utopia and Under the Bleachers and film cuts all in a shortened week. That's
Yeah,
just too much.
yeah, for real.
Look, I have a Patreon. If people paid me or paid William, I would make the film cuts a priority over some of the things William and I discuss weekly on Under the Bleachers. But you don't want to pay us, keep your money. That's cool. We're good either way. We like money, but we don't need it. And we'll just do our thing. We're good either way. Really. So I'm not gonna I have too much self-respect to beg people for money. I
Oh
do.
yeah,
I
for
do.
real, man.
So
For
I have
real, for real.
Patreon, but I don't even include the link to my Patreon in the YouTube channels because most people do not want to pay for stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Louisville corner, Quincy Riley caught everything in the drill as well. So only 3 cornerbacks, Jordan Hancock, Trey Amos, have caught everything in the gauntlet drill.
Oh man, just reading here about Shamar Stewart. I heard he was, like I mentioned a minute ago, being a workout warrior, and yesterday hitting 4.59 40, freaking 10.11 broad jump and a 40-inch
Let's
vertical.
see if
Man, that
Dorian
ain't bad.
Strong can catch everything in the gauntlet. So far, so good. No, he dropped that 5th pass. Damn it. He had 7 passes thrown to him. He dropped the 5th one. Azaria Thomas. So far, so good. Azaria Thomas caught everything. Okay. So 4 corners caught everything in that drill. And everybody else had at least 1 drop, which is kind of sad. I mean, I don't remember a combine where, because usually there's like 5 or 6 defensive backs that catch everything in the gauntlet, William. I don't remember a combine where only 4 defensive backs caught everything in the gauntlet. Usually you get like 6 or 7, maybe 8 some years when it's a really strong corner class. But only 4 corners caught everything in the gauntlet. It's kind of disappointing. For
That
as
is,
much as
man.
we hype this group up, that's somewhat underwhelming.
I mean, for all the usually that's cornerbacks. They'd probably be wide receivers. And if they could catch everything, but usually, like you said, you see him catching a lot more than that, dude. That's crazy. Only 4.
Only 4. and I'll give you the names of the 4 corners. Azaria Thomas, Florida State, Quincy Riley, Louisville, Jordan Hancock, Ohio State, and Trey Amos of Ole Miss. That's it. No safeties. Well, safeties haven't worked out yet, but those are the only 4 that caught everything in the gauntlet drill. And Quincy Riley ran on the line. They're showing his replay. I would argue Quincy Riley's the biggest winner of day 2 so far. I don't have a loser yet that's hurt their stock, but I would say biggest winner so far is Quincy Riley. He's validated why I have a first-round grade on him. I'm not saying he'll go in the first round, but he's pretty much validated why I had him in the first round since the preseason. He's validated that. And, when you validate that, you make a point. Yesterday, my biggest winner was James Pierce Jr. Biggest loser was Walter Nolan because he backed out of working out for teams. But I still think he's going to go in the first round, regardless of what scouts say.
Right.
So, I don't have a loser yet for day 1 of the combine. Should I put somebody down? Is there a player that you think has hurt their stock so far among the defensive backs? Because only the corners have worked out so far. I'm not Riley as the
Not
biggest
so much,
winner, but I don't have a loser yet. I don't have a player that hurt their stock yet. We'll probably get that in the safety group coming up.
Yeah. I just let that one go a little bit. And if
I
no
don't
one ever
think
really
we have
loses
official
them.
40 times up yet either. I'm going to check the NFL.com app because the official 40 times should be up, but they haven't leaked the official 40 times on NFL Network. And I would think the official 40 times are probably up for the corners by now, William. I'm going to check the NFL app.
Yeah.
I'm going to check the app because I think the app's actually ahead of NFL Network. Let me see here. Let's type in Maxwell Hairston because I got 428, but is that official or unofficial? That's what I'd like to know before I type in the names.
I just saw 429, so
I got 428 on the NFL app. Official 40-yard dash times are in. So the Next Gen Stats gave the 40-yard dash times 12 minutes ago, but Eisen and Jeremiah have not leaked that information to the public. Shame on you guys. Shame on you. I should not have to go to Next Gen Stats to get that information myself. Shame on
yeah, Bentrest on here is saying 429 unofficial.
Yeah, but I've got the official times. I've got them on the NFL.com website. I got them on X, so we're good.
That's one thing too that they've really been doing some terrible things with the last few years. It's like having to get, I got Caleb Williams fumble stats. Literally from Dane Brugler on Twitter, dude. And they have been hiding like stats and like I don't know how to even explain it. It's crazy.
They don't want the Caleb Williams truth they don't want anything that jeopardizes Caleb Williams' odds of going number 1. It's like it's like when the Russian laptop reports with Hunter Biden came out. We got to bury this. We got to bury this. We don't care if it's true or not. We got to bury it.
And it's like last year
process internally.
And it's like last year, I had no problems, for finding the the stats and stuff for like the Senior Bowl and whatever else. And this year, I was just having all kinds of problems trying to find
4.53 for Kobe Bryant.
It's like,
yeah, I'm getting the official 40 times, folks. Hairston ran a 4.28. That is official. Maxwell Hairston, the Kentucky corner that I have a second round grade on, he ran a 4.28. So that's officially official.
That'll give him a nice.
I don't think he sneaks into round 1, but I think he's a day 2 pick and a really good value in day 2.
That's I don't know, some of those
because Hairston dropped multiple balls in the gauntlet drill, and there were other drills he struggled in. If he only dropped one pass in the gauntlet, you could make a case for him, but he dropped 4. He didn't drop 4. He dropped 2. But he had 4 drops on the day, and I dropped 2 of his 4 passes in the gauntlet.
Oh, so you're saying
because Hairston had double.
Why did I totally forget his freaking name? Freaking the Raiders owner, man. Like a few years ago, Hairston would have been the pick, man. 4.28 and
Yeah,
just
if Al
dropping
Davis was
everything,
still
kind of like.
alive, they would take
There you go.
Maxwell Hairston at 6. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, for sure, man. That's like Hayward Bay and yeah.
Yeah, I know roasting the Raiders gets old, but only Raider fan in our company is Oren, and Oren's not here, so I'm going to allow William to roast the Raiders since Joey's not here to do the roasting. I'm going to allow it.
I live in Colorado, man. You gotta these Broncos fans and
Yeah,
I,
Oren sang "Fly Eagles Fly" during our pre-Super Bowl show. I found that very annoying, but I get it. He's sick of the Chiefs as a Raiders fan. I know that's something you agree with him on. The feeling's mutual in that respect for you as a Broncos fan. You guys are about as fed up with the Chiefs as Trump's fed up with Zelensky. Shit.
yeah.
I'm not going to open up that can of worms. If you want to find out what's going on there, just go on X. There's all types of drama, all types of crap with that. I'm not opening up that political can of worms. I already feel like I've
No,
opened that can of worms, even though I shouldn't have.
I
But yeah,
walked through the living room. That's why I muted it earlier, dude. I saw the TV and saw
so it
them
was on
yelling
your
at each other.
TV
I'm
at
like,
home.
yeah, no, man.
I watched the exchange around
I'm
noon
too
before the
pumped.
combine because I had a bit of free time, and I was like, "Ooh,
Yeah,
this looks kind of neat."
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's just like it was like political season, man. And everybody's so political and driven and stuff. It's like, no, dude. It's like, what are you talking about, man? I just watch what the hell's going on. It's, oh man, it's been crazy so far. It's like, wait, just don't open up those political cans of worms.
four
We'll make
3-9
fun
for
of them
Robert Longerbeam. What do we got for
longer.
What do we got for Florida corner? Florida corner. Come on, Jason Marshall 449. Yeah, I'm getting the official 40 times up for all the corners. So basically, they're going to make us wait till 5:15 for the safety 40 times. They're going to have Peter Schrager, Charles Davis analyze the corners to give everybody a little bit of a break. I wish they would
Mm.
release the times the safeties are running the 40s to everyone in the public, because that would give us an opportunity not to watch this for a few minutes until but Jacob Parrish had a 4.35. Pretty good day for Parrish. He had a good Senior Bowl. I thought I put Parrish in my cornerback rankings. Let me double check something here. I think I may have left him out. Let me see. I don't know. Yeah, I did not have Parrish in my cornerback rankings. There were guys like Darian Porter, Tony Grimes, UNLV, Devin Kirkwood. If Grimes or Kirkwood went back, I will put Porter in the rankings, but I think he's a backup. I don't think Jacob Parrish is a starter. I think he's a backup. That's just did Darian Porter
You,
run a 4.29? He ran a 4.3 flat before William got here, and I was like, damn, like the meme where the guy says damn. Yes, Darian Porter had a good day. Why does it say undrafted on Darian Porter? I have Darian Porter going in the 7th, and that might be too low. But yeah, Caleb Ransaw ran a 4.33. Lathan Ransom did not work out yet. Daniel Kelly thinks I'm related to Lathan Ransom. We have the same last name. His hair might look similar to mine. It's a different color. His hair is black. Mine was blonde when I was a kid, but now it's like brownish, sandyish. But
right,
it
right.
doesn't really matter what the hair color is. It's like,
I was
his hair
blonde
might
too as
look
a
a little
kid.
similar to mine, but that's really the only resemblance between Lathan Ransom and myself. We're not related. I just want to confirm that.
I just know he goes to Ohio State, and
And
that's
yeah, Ohio
about
State is my favorite school to watch football, but we're not related. So our families are not related. And that I still wish him the best of luck, the best of success regardless, but like we're not related. I don't have anything bad to say about him, but we're not related. I don't
it.
think our families are related, so
Let's see. So
so
Harrison was the fastest, huh?
Jalen Smith. Yeah, I presumed some of these 40 times were accurate, and I was correct in that respect. Upton Stout. What did Upton Stout? Upton Stout ran a 4.50 the first time, but he ran a 4.4 444 officially. They'll inflate the 40 time for some of the guys they like. So the experts must really like, because if you're a consensus first round player and you run the 40 and you run like a 4.51, they'll give you a 4.49 to make sure your draft stock stays intact. That's the thing I've noticed with the 40-yard dash. And it's at the point where I can just guess what they're going to do and I end up being right. That's how predictable the 40's gotten.
Yeah.
It's not really good for the sport, but it is what it is. 440 for Justin Wally, Minnesota corner. I have a fourth on him. Isis Waxter. Some are calling him Ice Waxter. I don't know his nickname was Ice, but Isis Waxter, 4.56, and Noah Williams. Last corner here. Noah Williams had a 4.5 flat. All right. I think that's everybody for the cornerback group. Yep. All right. Can update this webpage, and we'll get William caught up on day one, because I did load day one briefly while we're waiting for these safeties. Because let's face it, I kind of want to save my round 3 through 5 rankings for tomorrow when you, me, and Joey are on the call, because it feels like we're all going to have things we want to say.
Oh, for real.
Yeah, so I'll quickly load, and there's the free agency. They've used that free agency ticker thing, NFL Network, free agency frenzy. It's like the 3rd year in a row they've done that with the frickin' yo-yo helmets, the helmets. But yeah, this is here we've got Barron, Batty, Alexander. These are all the players that worked out yesterday. DNP means they didn't compete in the 40 or the bench press. Did not participate. That's what it means. 32 reps for Ethan Downs. That was the most among the bench press reps. Bench presses for the defensive backs are not coming out until tomorrow. So I'll probably be working on looking for the bench press reps and the weigh-ins tomorrow morning. So even though I'm pulling an all-nighter tomorrow, we won't be live until 1 p.m., number one. Number two, I'm going to be working my ass off getting weigh-ins on X for the quarterbacks, the receivers, the tight ends, the running backs.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been so occupied with this, I haven't even... yesterday, when I was all alone in the commercials, I shared the video, the live stream in a few Facebook groups. I can do that again, but yeah. I'm just getting William caught up on yesterday, since I'm such an amazing guy. I'm getting William caught up on what he missed yesterday, all the analytics, all the data. And then I'll probably go back to day 2 of the combine, and then I'll probably share the live stream on Facebook Live in a few videos, because that and William sharing the YouTube video got us 100 views. So we went from 9 views with the draft simulator to 100, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
To go from that many viewers. I do appreciate it. I appreciate William and everyone else who helped us promote that yesterday. But yeah, we've got the combine stuff updated. All right. So they're not back from a commercial yet. So I'm going to do...
Danny Stutzman here running a 4.52 40.
Yeah, Danny Stutzman's my number 1 middle linebacker. Holy crap, 12 shares in the combine. Thank you, William. I know you did a few of those. I don't know who else shared in 12 groups, because I certainly have only just shared. Yeah, I usually share the YouTube videos, not the live streams on Facebook Live. I probably should do that more often. I notice when I do that, our numbers go up on Facebook.
The one thing
we have a big following on X. I almost have 10K followers, so we have a big following on X. That's where a bulk of our audience comes from. We have one on Twitch, one on YouTube, but I noticed that there's an uptick in Facebook viewers whenever I share the Facebook Live videos of our live streams.
I didn't know so much on the X, because most on the evaluations I do, like all the hits come from YouTube. So I'll get around to that.
I've got like 90. I've got like 9,600 Twitter followers. I'm almost at 9,700. That's why a bulk of our live stream viewers are on X.
Nice.
And I appreciate people that listen to our show. I don't know who listens to our show regularly, but I appreciate who's ever in the chat room listening. We got some blue check mark in the chat room. Oh, it's Streamboo. Best views on streamboo.com. No, I don't care about that. I was hoping Tracy Porter, somebody intelligent, had a football question for me. I'm so depressed now. I'm kidding. I'm not depressed, but it's like I'm so disappointed.
Yeah.
Overall
That's
score, athleticism score. They're trying to promote next gen stats. JJ McCarthy, he has an 83 in the next gen stats. Malik Neighbors is a 92 draft score. O'Dunes, look at the draft score. Look at the miles per hour. Analytics, stats, analytics. Caleb Williams, QB1, analytics, analytics. Honestly, it feels like a South Park episode where they go cars, money, expenses, beer, vodka, martinis, FU, suit. That it feels like a South Park episode with all of the next gen stats promotions that NFL Network is doing. It feels like a South Park episode where they're just trying to push your agenda. And yet we know Ian Rappaport, we know the Rams and Stafford have agreed to a restructuring. We're aware of that.
They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to get a developmental quarterback one of these days. Coming up, you know.
I agree.
And because it's just like like we were talking with Richardson and stuff the last few years, and well, ever since what about Cam Newton and stuff when they started really throwing quarterbacks into the fire, man, it's like, why don't you guys develop a quarterback?
Yeah, Cam Newton, Andrew Luck, because I remember Cam Newton, I think, had like an 82 on Madden as a rookie, and Luck had like an 88. And ever since that point, they've been throwing QBs into the fire and saying, look, doesn't matter what you did in college. You're going to absorb all of this. You're going to learn all of this. We're not going to hold your hand. You're going to absorb all of this knowledge, and you're going to be our guy.
Yeah.
And they expect you to learn everything now.
Yep.
And they don't.
I remember growing up, man.
Error.
And it was always growing up, where a quarterback would, they bring him in and
they learn the team, they get time to learn everything, but now it's like you're throwing into the fire right away.
Yeah. And it's like even if it's not in the NFL, it's like, Tom Brady, he was, was at Michigan for what, 4 years, and going through, everything and getting developed, like that without
Lance Ireland has the Jets drafting Ashton Ginty at 7. That's not going to happen. They have Breece Hall for one more year. They have the Wisconsin running back, Braylon Allen, and they have Isaiah Davis, South Dakota State running back. They're not drafting Ginty at 7.
No, not at all, dude.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to check some of these. I haven't read any.
If the Jets draft Ashton Ginty at 7, I will make Draft Utopia a publicly traded company for Woody Johnson to buy. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Woody Johnson would sabotage this company in ways that you couldn't even imagine. It would get to the point where Joey would be roasting Woody Johnson for his ineffectiveness with Draft Utopia. And he'd be talking about how he misses the glory days where he used to roast Chris Ransom. It would get that ugly. Oh, Tracy's here. Awesome. Rams agreed to restructure Matthew Stafford, and they also re-signed their left tackle, Alaric Jackson, on a 3-year, $57 million deal. So the QB and left tackle are back for the Rams, but I do expect them to move Cooper Kupp. But if I'm the Rams, knowing I've got my QB and left tackle back, I'm trying to get Cooper Kupp to stay. I know they want to trade him, but he doesn't want to restructure, and they want him to restructure. If you could keep Cooper Kupp, you can keep that window alive. But there's a lot of people saying the Rams could get a QB at 26. They could take somebody like Milroe, groom him behind Stafford. That would be cool to see. I don't know if they're going to do that. They might do that in round 3. I don't think they're going to do that at 26, though.
And it might be something similar to that. Somebody reaching up, getting that 5th-year option. Somebody trying to or envisioning something like the whole Lamar Jackson thing or something, just grabbing him at the end and seeing what happens. Like I said, I can definitely see a team doing that just because of how athletic he is and how much, you know. But that's the thing, like I said, until another quarterback, actually shows me different. Milrow is my QB1 this year, but I've never uh, uh, put so much stock into a player's potential, and I mean, just seeing this guy, I mean, but
Yeah. I like Milrow, but I've got a 90 on him for potential at a 99. That's barely a
yeah,
Pro Bowl grade, but I do think there's enough potential with Milrow to where he could be a Pro Bowler. But I also think some of the other guys like Ward, Sanders, they have higher upsides, but I'd say the player with the best odds of reaching their upside is Cam Ward. And then after that, it's a crapshoot.
yeah, and like
Because
I said,
anybody could end up reaching their ceiling. It could be Ewers, it could be Milrow, it could be anybody after
yeah,
Ward. Realistically, I think anyone in the group could end up. Because
yeah,
my
and
floor grade on Cam Ward is an 85. My ceiling grade's a 91. And usually a rookie, when they develop in Madden, usually a rookie develops like 5 overall points from their rookie to sophomore year. So I think Cam Ward will reach his ceiling by year 2. Whether it's the end of year 2 or the beginning of year 2 or in the middle of year 2, I think year 2 is where they get him. If I'm the Rams, I re-sign Cooper Kupp or go get Metcalf. I agree, Tracy. Go get Metcalf. Thing is, the Seahawks aren't going to trade Metcalf to a division rival. They're not going to do that. And the Packers offered a day 2 pick and Romeo Dobbs. Seahawks basically came out and said, we want Wicks and 23. It doesn't work like that. They counter offered. It doesn't work like that. You don't get 23 and Wicks. Doesn't work like that. Wicks is still on a rookie deal for 2 more years. You don't get to lowball the Packers like that just because Metcalf is a megastar. It doesn't work like that. All right. So what are you thinking as far as I agree the Rams need to get Kupp or go trade for Metcalf, but I don't think Metcalf's going to get traded to a rival team. I don't know what's
yeah, for
going to
real.
happen with Metcalf though. That's the thing.
Yeah, and they also have to. Seattle has to decide. The whole.
And the Patriots aren't going to get T. Higgins. I know this because the Patriots basically opted out of the T. Higgins negotiations. They said they were focused in the trenches.
Yeah, and they've got what
Mhm.
Jalen Polk and Javon Baker. I
Yeah,
like
I
Javon
like
Baker
both
coming
those
out, but
receivers in last year's draft. I know they sucked as rookies, but
mhm,
they'll be better this year.
yeah, and like I said, that's one where I would love to see Hunter go, and it's May was my QB1 last year, and I would just absolutely love
Tony
to see him
Mario
and
had May as
and
his
Hunter go.
QB1 too. I had Caleb as QB1. Joey had Jaden Daniels as QB1. So it's
Yeah,
interesting how that worked itself out. And then my QB3 was I had McCarthy as my initial QB3, but then I ended up moving Jaden up to QB3. And then I had McCarthy tied with Jaden for QB3, and then I had Penix at 5. I had Pro Bowl potential on all those guys. And then I think I had like an 88 for potential on Bo Nix. And Bo Nix might be closer to reaching his ceiling than people think, but 88 for me is a high end starter. I don't think Nick's a Pro Bowler, but I think he's a high end starter, and he showed he's
I
a high end starter.
had Knicks ranked higher than almost anybody. I was talking about him, and people were like, "Oh my God!" But Auburn is like, yeah, dude, he did look terrible at Auburn, but I mean, I saw this kid develop over the years, and I saw him turn into a really good quarterback, and I let's see, he would have been number 4. He would have been my quarterback 4, and I had him going to the Broncos. It was just one of those things, I was like, Sean Payton is going to see that little bit of Drew Brees. He's just going to be reminded of him, and that's going to be his quarterback, and that's exactly what happened. And it, like I said, he's going to be a good quarterback, and he already, took the Broncos to the playoffs, and he threw more touchdowns than Jaden Daniels, and I mean,
Yeah,
he
Tony
just had a
Mario gave
great.
his outlook on the QBs. He thinks Caleb Williams is going to do worse next year because Caleb Williams has to play the AFC North division, Browns,
Mm,
Bengals, Bears, Steelers, and he's got to play the NFC East, Cowboys, Eagles, Commanders, Giants. Tony thinks that schedule is going to be an MFer for Caleb Williams in year 2. That's just going to be a brutal schedule for him. I can't really
yeah.
argue with that. I mean, I do think Caleb's got the talent to get the Bears to the playoffs if they have a good offseason. I like Ben Johnson, but Tony's not wrong. That is a brutal schedule for Caleb Williams in year 2.
Oh, for real.
NFC North twice, AFC North, and NFC East, arguably the 3 toughest divisions in football.
Yeah. And Caleb Williams I mean, they just put all that damn hype on
Looks
him,
like the 40 times are coming in. I wish I could continue this rant on last year's QBs, but 40 times are officially beginning for the safeties.
Yeah. The one I saw that I didn't understand sliding as far as he did was Michael Pratt. I
I
mean,
had a
I had
4th on Pratt, but he fell to the 7th. I had the same
yeah,
potential grade on Michael Pratt that I had on Mac Jones. So
yeah.
for him to slide as far as he did really didn't make a lot of sense to me. Billy Bowman ran a 4.47. I've had Bowman in my 2nd round since August. So
Yeah,
Bowman was
and
a
I've
good
been
40
watching
time.
Bowman because of what you've been saying about it. And I think Bowman's gonna do. He's gonna do great in
I
this
know he's only
league.
5'9", 198, but I think he's going to be a steal in the draft. Ugh, that is not
Oh,
good
I didn't
for
know he was that.
Castro. Sebastian Castro just ran a 4.61. I think that
Oh
probably
no,
takes him out of the 1st round.
yeah, that will.
I mean,
Most-
I'm not going to move him in my loser category yet, but he's really going to have to dominate the on the field drills today if he wants to stay in my top 32. I think that's probably the faller of today. And I
Yeah,
like Castro a lot. He could be the Eric Weddle of this draft if he falls to day 3. He could be the
yeah,
Eric Weddle value pick of this draft. I really do like Castro a lot. But that
yeah.
4.61 does not help him. And
And
speaking of
I
4.61s, Elijah Clark just ran a 4.61.
yeah, that's actually yeah. I like those Iowa players. Generally, between them and like last year, DeJean, and I mean, I
I'm
had people
probably am
saying
going to
all
move
kinds of stuff
Castro
about
out of round 1. I'm not going to do it yet. I want to see what he does in the on the field drills first, William, but that's just not a good impression.
Yeah, that's not at all. Especially,
We were expecting a
they're
little bit more from him. Maybe 4. I was expecting like a 4.55, 4.53. 4.61 is a little
yeah,
disappointing for Castro.
yeah. And, with at safety, that's one of those things where, because not so many are gonna likely go in the first round.
Yeah,
So
Cooper DeJean didn't work out until after his pro day before the draft, but he ran a 4.49 and then a 4.45 when he did run the 40 time.
yeah. And
Nick
I mean,
Emmanwori is running the 40 time, even though I have a 2nd round grade on him. He is taking the time to run the 40, and some have him as the number 1 safety. So kudos to him. He's running the 40. Emmanwori could have sat this drill out because some have him as the number 1 safety. And Tracy Porter adds to my Bears rant. Yeah, the Bears have a tough schedule, especially with that NFC East division. Yeah, it's not just the NFC East, it's the
yeah,
AFC North division with Lamar, Burrow, the Browns, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt. That's a gauntlet, man. The Bears do not have a good offensive line, so you got to play Myles Garrett. Well, Myles Garrett may not even play in that
I
game.
was
He might
gonna
get
say
traded.
what's
We'll
going.
see what happens with Myles Garrett. He doesn't want to be on the Browns anymore. So
Yeah,
if Myles Garrett leaves that division, then Caleb Williams is dodging the Myles Garrett bullet like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix.
let's see.
And we got a
Oh,
4-4
did you see
flat for Emmanwori.
Cooper DeJean's little brother, Jax?
Jax DeJean, yeah, he's in the 2027 class. I've already seen him.
Yeah, I hadn't seen much of him. I just heard the other day, and I was
But
like,
he's in the same class as Gunnar Rivers, Philip Rivers' kid.
mm, That's going to be interesting. Philip Rivers was such an underrated quarterback, man. You know, that there was 10 years, I don't remember which 10 years it was, but there was a decade there where Philip Rivers had more passing yards than Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, freaking all of them. He had the most. And I can't remember which 10 years it was, but he's such an underrated quarterback. And, San Diego never gave him much to work with. I really want to see, what
A
his kid
part of
ends
me
up
wonders
doing.
if the Chargers would have won a Super Bowl if they had drafted Larry Fitzgerald at 1 and kept Drew Brees. A part of me is always going to wonder,
Uh-huh.
because I think
I
if
can
they
see
had done
that
that
too.
instead of trading for Rivers, I think they actually would have won a Super Bowl, because you would have had LT,
Yeah,
Fitzgerald, and Brees all in their prime. I
yeah,
honestly think you win a Super Bowl with that trio. I'm not saying
yeah,
you would have won multiple, but I think you at least get one with that trio.
yeah. And I love Breeze, but
Because
I
the
can
year
see
the
what San
Chargers
Diego
went
did.
14-2, the Saints made the NFC Championship. But if you keep Breeze, he comes back. Fitzgerald breaks out that year. Chargers are probably playing the Bears in the Super Bowl instead of the Colts. That alters
Yeah,
Peyton Manning's Super Bowl total. And, Chargers probably win Super Bowl 44 over the Vikings with Brett Favre in that scenario. No bounty gate ever occurs. So,
right.
in the scenario where the Chargers keep Breeze, the Saints never win a Super Bowl, and Peyton Manning only has one ring at the end of his career.
Yeah.
The Bears play the AFC North and the NFC East next season, and they play the NFC North twice.
Mm,
So, yeah, Tracy, just giving you some clarity on the schedule there. Crap, I
yeah,
missed
that's
Lane's
gonna be
40 time. I'm going to have to look it up on X. No, they'll redo it. They'll redo all the 40 times.
yeah.
I
That
am
was one.
behind on a few players, but they'll redo them. I just got to do a better job paying attention. Mukaba, um, what's
Speaking of
Mukaba going to
Dejean,
want?
though, man, freaking
Watts is not running the 40. I'm disappointed at that. I know Watts is good, but Starks is running the 40. Watts isn't. So, you know, I am excited about the safety group. I genuinely am, but I hope Xavier Watts does the on the field drills. A little
yeah,
disappointed he's not running the 40, especially when all the guys, Eamon Wari, Starks, Castro, all the other safeties that I think have a shot at round one ran the 40.
yeah. And
So
I
I'm a
like
little
Watts too.
disappointed. I'm a little disappointed, but it's not a deal breaker for me
Yeah,
because I've seen enough with Watts on tape to where I know what I'm getting.
yeah. I like
Lathan
Watts
Ransom
too.
is not running the 40. Ransom has decided to skip the 40-yard dash.
A lot of them probably waiting for their pro day or
Yeah, Ohio's Jaden Reed a 4.5 flat. Yeah, because here's the thing with the divisions. Every 4 years, a team in the NFC North will play a team in a division in the AFC. And this year, the NFC North gets the AFC North. So, yeah. Jonas Sanker, who I had a second round grade on Sanker for most of the process. I think I might have him in round 3 now. I might have him in round 2. Let me double check that. Sanker just ran a 4.48. I just want to double check where I had Sanker at 64, final player in round 2. 4.48 for Jonas Sanker. Yeah, I mean, these safeties haven't been bad. Sanker's been a pleasant surprise. But Castro on day 3 could be a steal. And I'm not sure I'm going to move him down yet. I want to see what he does in the individual drills. Does he have any drops? Does he catch everything? Because if he catches everything in the individual drills, he can make up for the 40 time.
right.
It is a long shot, but he still has a chance to make up for the 40. Marquez Siegel, Malachi Starks, Hunter Wohler. So Kevin Winston Jr. is not running the 40. Neither is Xavier Watts. Shadur Sanders to the Raiders at 6.
Ashton Jeanty would be
I like Ashton Jeanty, but I remember Oren's just pissed off that all these Raider mock drafts have Ashton Jeanty going to the Raiders.
Do they?
I don't get it. I have at 6 on my board, but it's a deep running back draft. I agree with Oren. It is a deep running back draft, but like he's pissed off that people have Jeanty going at 6.
I
So Jeanty's gonna be available at 7 when we're Jeanty's gonna be available. It's like somebody's gonna trade up for Jeanty.
That's one thing. I've always had a first round running back as a damn superstar. And it's like,
yes, the cornerback times are up, Tracy. The cornerback times are up. Marcus Siegel ran a 4.37. Safeties are running 40s now, but the cornerbacks ran their 40s. The official times for the corners are up. The official times for the safeties will probably be up in like an hour from now. But Malachi Starks is about to run his 40. I know Brandis was very critical of Malachi Starks on film. See what he does here.
Oh yeah, Brandis. She's definitely, Georgia's her team and safety's her positions. So, but she's been, he needs to step up and show something. And I definitely agree with that. So, but there's, like we mentioned, the safeties are real deep here, and it's just
agreed.
like the running backs are real deep, and you can get, like we were talking the other day, so many other players, you can get starters in the later rounds. We've been talking about
I'll
that all
call
season.
Joey. Joey said he called. It went to voicemail. I didn't realize he called. I'm gonna call Joey now. Sorry about that, man. I didn't even know. That's my fault. Okay, I take 100% of the responsibility for that.
Nah. I've called and So Chris, pick up the phone.
The person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please try your call again later. Goodbye.
Oh, I guess you don't like voicemail either.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Yeah, oh well. I really did want to talk combine with Joey. He called it 421. Yeah. That's on me. I take responsibility for that. I
don't think any F-bombs have been dropped yet. So
no, because I got two notifications. I got a notification from Spoon of Zeke and I got a notification from Joey. But I thought that notification from Joey was a phone call on Wednesday. That was a phone call today. I feel like such a dick.
Yeah. Joey's
I didn't see that.
Mad at you now.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
I've been absolutely, like the middle linebacker classes from the last few years. It seems like there just hasn't been many that are
I mean,
coming out
I really
there.
like Stutzman, Nick Martin, and Jay Higgins, but after that, there's a few guys I like, but I'm not excited about this class overall.
Yeah, and Stutzman, I mean, him running that 4.5 240 and just that dude's strength, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
incredible.
he's I wouldn't mind the Niners grabbing him,
Yeah.
second round. So somewhere in there, third round. Man, I don't think they get him in the third. I think he'll go before that. But yeah, and watching that dude, he's just strong as hell, man. And that 4.5 speed that'll definitely give him some a little bit of whatever you want to call it, clout. Oh, and then they were saying that Jax DeJean is like 6'6". I'm like, oh no, he's not. He's like 6'4". So yeah, it's gonna come down a little bit.
Yep.
That's it.
I don't like Joey. Definitely doesn't like voicemail. Lol. No, I guess he doesn't. I thought that was a great reply, Tracy. Malik Verdon did not run the 40. Hunter Wohler ran a 4.63. So Castro didn't have the slowest 40 time. Hunter Wohler, who had a second round, I think had a third round grade on Wohler, but Wohler had the fastest 40. Wohler had the fastest. Well, Wohler had the slowest. I don't know why I'm saying fastest. Okay, NFL Network, you're going too fast with the 40 times, and my foot is falling asleep again. It feels like I'm gonna have a brief cramp. I'm okay health-wise, but this is really bad timing for my foot to fall asleep and to have a cramp. 4.59 for Castro.
Okay.
So he'll probably get a 4.58. Okay, that's better.
That's not terrible.
I was expecting a 4.55, but that's not
Yeah.
terrible. Like he'll probably get a 4.8 official. He can salvage that.
Yeah. For sure. I'll tell you one thing though, if Jax DeJean is 6'6", he needs to be playing tight end or wide receiver.
Yeah, agreed.
Like I said, I believe he'll be, they'll come down a little bit, it'd probably be like 6'4", 6'4.5", somewhere in there.
Joey called it 4.08. That's why. Oh. Yeah, I think his phone turns off at 5, so I may have missed my window of opportunity, but we'll have him on tomorrow.
One of my favorite plays all season,
the phone was red.
Yeah, one of my favorite. Speaking of DeJean, man, that was probably one of my favorite plays. Watching him take freaking Derrick Henry off his feet.
Yeah, that was from the Ravens-Eagles game this year.
Yeah, dude. I was like, that's how you tackle someone. But yeah, I always saying that about him. That anytime he touches the ball, he can score, man. And he did it in the Super Bowl, and that was his birthday too, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that'd be really cool.
Saquon and
yeah, both of them.
Jalen Carter had an illness in the Super Bowl too, so I don't want to hear the illness excuse for why the Chiefs lost. Jalen Carter had an illness in the Super Bowl too, and the media hyped that up, but they didn't say shit about Kelsey's illness.
Yeah.
4.38 for Eamon Wari after running a 4.4 flat. Eamon Wari might move ahead of Castro in my safety rankings.
He's 6'4", isn't he?
Yeah, he's 6'3", 220. I mean, I had Eamon Wari as safety 4. He might move ahead of Castro. I still like Castro, but Castro might be a day 2 guy now. Because speed's just 4.59 versus 4.38. That's a significant difference.
Yeah, that size, man. That's yeah. I definitely like that. I know like I said, I hadn't done a whole lot yet, but been concentrating so much on college. I used to do so much of the NFL that I would have figured out. And I some of the picks and stuff, but I definitely got to see some of these players like Eamon Wari and them, and get some of these evaluations going more than because that's always been my bread and butter is the writing and stuff here on doing this stuff is being live is because everyone's doing it.
Lane ran a 4.5 Yeah, was it Lane that I missed? The 4-5-7 and a 4-5-9. So the 4-5-8 we'll put that for Lane. I don't have Lane getting drafted, but we'll put 4-5-8 for Lane for unofficial. I'm going to reload the site, see how many official times I've got up for the safeties. I just want to double check something here. I want to make sure I've got all the official times. RJ Mickens, I don't think I recorded his. No, I didn't. 4-5. He ran a 4-5 flat for both of his 40 times. So we'll put that as official and unofficial since he ran the same time for both. But yeah. Why does this say 4-4-1 and DNP but next to Mac McWilliams? All right, we're going to put a 4-4-1 there. Malachi Moore did not run the 40. I had a second round grade on Malachi Moore. That's kind of disappointing, but all right, fair enough. So this is helping me catch up on who I missed. Mukaba ran 40. Reed ran a 40. I think I've got times for everybody. 4-4-6 for Mukaba. Oh, Dante Trader Jr. did not run the 40. I don't. If we don't, yeah. So Dante Trader Jr. DNP, but Mukaba ran a 4-4-6 again, so that'll probably be his official time. Let me get something. Dante Trader Jr. Shit.
Oh man, it's almost already 4 o'clock. Wow.
Yeah, it's 5:43 Eastern. It's gonna be 4 pretty soon. Apparently, there's a Facebook post of 5 best fits for Arch Manning in the 2026 draft. I'm gonna read this. Play some spoilers here. Jaden Reed, 4-5 flat once again, so that is going to be officially official. Jonas Sanker ran a 4-4-8. Okay, the Los Angeles Rams, Tennessee Titans, if they skip quarterback in 2025. Las Vegas Raiders, if they skip quarterback. The Dallas Cowboys would, but don't look now. Dak is 31. He will be 33 when Manning is eligible as a rookie. So Dak turns 32 in August. He will be 33 before September of 2026. So Cowboys may be willing to draft a replacement, even though Dak's under contract till 2028, making $60 million. And the Colts. Interesting, though. A to Z Sports. Yeah, things could change. Even though Arch Manning and Nico Imaleva have both made 6 progressions, things could change very easily, William. You know, bad year, things could his outlook changes just like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
A
Oh, I see somebody.
4-4-1. Marquez Sigel ran a 4-4-1 after a 4-3-7, which means the 4-3-7 is going to be the unofficial time. I've noticed they keep track of the higher time or the better time, and they ignore the worst time. That's something I've noticed.
Oh, I like this article, man. Giants trade up to number 1 after missing out on Matthew Stafford. Who do they have picking? They must have lost it after he signed that, eh?
Yeah, Malachi Starks 4-5-0 again. So Starks with 2 4-5 flats. And I still have Starks in the first round, but I think he's a back end round 1 player, William. And I also believe that Oh my gosh, White House staffers are now eating Zelensky's lunch. No, literally, they had a lunch plan. Zelensky got kicked out and left. Now the Americans are eating his lunch. That's just so. That's just so brutally embarrassing if you're Zelensky. But yeah, 458, 458 for Wooler.
458. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few. You know, this thing still doesn't. Okay, yeah, it says, oh, the Giants are going to trade up to number 1, and I don't even see who the hell making me watch something. Who they're going
Shadur
to pick at
Sanders
number 1?
basically said, if you ain't trying to change the franchise or culture, don't get me. That's basically what Shadur said
Yeah,
in his press conference today.
yeah.
He wants to pick what team he plays for. He's wearing the hat backwards like Jackson Dart. Nobody says anything, but when Dart wears the hat backward, it's weird. You can't have that double standard. You either hold both of them accountable for wearing their hat backwards, or you don't hold either of them accountable.
They were doing that with Brock Purdy last year at a press conference or something,
Yeah.
saying it was like, dude, like you said, man, you gotta hold. It's not just one way or the other. Don't be having friggin' double standards and everything like that, you know. But that's what so many of them do, and I don't know. I think the media just drives up things like that, and just I don't know, man. It's becoming too much to where it's not about football, to where it's about whatever the hell they wanted, just
There's a
popularity
lot of virtue
contests and
signaling in these events now. The Titans are now closed for business. All calls will be directed to Cleveland's front office.
wait, what?
Apparently, Matt, the Titans are closed for business. All calls will be directed to Cleveland's front office.
Mm,
I don't know what that means. I don't believe them.
I don't believe that either because so much with the smoke screens and everything else. I
Yeah.
mean,
Really?
that,
Does this tweet really necessary? Wesley Steinberg, the Giants are now targeting an anonymous, unvaccinated quarterback per source. Really? COVID thing's over. Okay? We really don't have to refer to Aaron Rodgers, a 4-time MVP, as an unvaccinated QB.
oh my God, dude, that is such. Ugh. And I hate the politics too. I hate it because that's all that's turned into as well, man.
Yeah, that's
It's
really all the draft is turned into. It's virtue signaling. The players basically expressing what they want to do, what teams they want to go to, and it's turned into more of a soap opera than an actual football event.
exactly, dude. It's uh, uh, yeah. TV drive me nuts. It just absolutely does. The NFL's done that, and that's why I was saying a little bit ago. I've shifted so much into
Oh my god.
studying
So
the college
somebody asked Zelensky, why don't
side
you
of it.
wear a suit? And he replied, I'll wear a costume after this war will finish. Okay, that's a fair answer. That's probably the most sane thing he said all day. But man, this most of my tweets are half of my tweets are combine tweets, and the other half are Zelensky tweets. And it's like, guys, I get it. It's interesting to talk about, but I don't want half my tweets being political. I want half of them being sports, half of them being
Yeah,
other random crap, and maybe like 10% of them being political. But
yeah.
that's just how the algorithm works on X. People are talking about this. People are talking about this on X. It's like, I get it.
Yeah, it's way too much of that shit, dude. You know. Oh,
Yeah,
pardon the
Charlie
language.
Kirk, political insiders basically post a Seinfeld clip of Zelensky in his hotel right now with Seinfeld and George Costanza. Do not compare these leaders to frickin'
You know.
Seinfeld characters.
And the political stuff, it just gets so freaking inflammatory and everything.
It
It's like,
does.
dude, you know that's why everything that, like, you know, back with the election and stuff, I was like, just vote, just vote. We'll leave all the politics alone. You know, and it's like, just go out and vote, get your stuff done. And but they're doing so much of that stuff. It's either you know, political or something like that on all this social media stuff. And it's like, dude, you know, you've got me profiled however the hell you do, you know, as is. And it's like, dude, just I can't stand it. You know, it's like, yeah, I care what's going on in the world, but there's so many lies, dude, and everyone lies, and it's crazy, man. But let's see.
Yeah, but apparently there's audio clips of the frickin' Zelensky guy calling the vice president a bitch in Russian. A bitch in Russian. That's a creative way to insult somebody. I'll give you points for that. I don't condone that behavior, but I'll give you points for creativity.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wonder, yeah. I should know that word. My friend knows freaking. You should see it every time my friend and I get drunk, dude. We went downtown one time, and she started playing this drunken
the
Russian
Commanders and
roll, and she
Texans
knows how to
both
speak
want
Russian,
Debo.
dude. It was hilarious, man.
Yeah. Commanders and Texans both want Debo Samuel. I have a feeling Debo gets traded to Washington for the 29th pick in the draft. The Niners end up with another first rounder. I think that's logistical. There's just enough value for Debo to command that late. Like, Debo will not get a top 10 pick like he did 2 years ago because there were rumors the
Yeah,
Jets would trade 10 for Debo. He won't get that type of traction now, but I could see him getting 29. I could see
29. That would
29 for
be
Debo. I could see that. So I could see the
yeah.
Niners getting another first if that does happen.
That's a great fit for him too, because you know they've got McLaurin as a number one, you know,
Texans
and
too. If Texans offer a higher pick, you could trade him there. But I don't think the Texans are going to give up a first for Debo with all their needs on the offensive line and stuff.
yeah, and he's got what, like, is it a 21, $22 million cap number this year, something
Yep.
like that.
And now the line drill's underway. The line drill for the safeties is underway. Sebastian Castro does well in the line drill, catches everything. So
Yeah, I want to see you. Yeah, uh,
Syracuse did. Elijah Clark did well in the line drill. No, because there's something with Joey's phone. It turns off after 5 p.m. It's a very weird. He has an older phone. But yeah, I do take responsibility for that. Raiden Lane. Um, Lathan Ransom line drill. No relation to Lathan Ransom, but Lathan Ransom catches that. You know, it'd be funny if somebody brought the Jeffrey Epstein list to the combine and an NFL team got their draft board mixed up with the Jeffrey Epstein list. And then, then the people that had the Jeffrey Epstein list got a hold of a team's draft board. by accident. That'd be really funny, William. I'm sorry if that's off topic, but that would be really funny.
Yeah, they're talking about that coming out too. I mean,
Yeah, but if an NFL team had that list instead of their draft board, then the person in charge of the Epstein list had NFL team's draft board, it would just be an ultimate WTF moment. Because
right?
then the people at the Epstein list could leak the team's draft board, and the NFL team would have everyone on the Epstein list, and they'd be like, "What is this person doing on our board? This guy doesn't play football."
What are you
And I'm not
talking
going to
about,
name
Bill
names because the
Clinton?
official list hasn't come out. But like,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's gonna be something interesting. That was one thing, dude. Freaking watching Patel get, I mean that dude is, I don't know, how they actually, approved him for FBI director. That guy is, I mean, he's cool as shit because he's, a conspiracy theorist, like some of the stuff I've heard him say and stuff. But dude, yeah, crazy stuff. And why the now I'm getting nothing but freaking ads on here.
it's a commercial.
What time does everything start tomorrow? Because
1
tomorrow's a big
p.m.
day for.
1
Is it
p.m.
one?
It's the longest day of the combine. 1 p.m.
Yeah,
1 p.m. to 8. Joey and I were able to do all 7 hours last year. It's probably better that, even though I would have loved to talk with Joey today, it's probably better that he didn't call, save that energy for yesterday. Because, yes, tomorrow is the longest day. And then Sunday is only like 4 hours. It's like 1 to
yeah.
5. And then we're done.
How fast do you think Taz Johnson's going to run tomorrow?
I don't know, 4.35 maybe. I'm 4.47 probably be the worst he'd run.
I know I saw something, I can't remember what it was yesterday, but they were talking about it,
Yeah, Brian Craston signed utterly disgraceful. I'm embarrassed to be an American right now. He's a lib. And then Cat Turd goes, go fight in Ukraine, tough guy. All these people that are on the right are just trolling. Gunther Eagleman, Cat Turd, they're all trolling people on freaking X. That's what it feels like to me. It just feels like they're all trolling to see who's the biggest troll. That's what it feels like. Maybe I'm wrong in that respect, but that's what it feels like to me, William.
Yeah.
Because if you're a political podcaster and your Twitter handle is Cat Turd, it's hard to take you seriously.
Oh, for real, man.
Like that's your handle, and you've got your avatar's a cat. Fucking cat. Cats are cool. I'm not saying anything bad about cats, but
I'm a
it's like
dog
if you had
person,
an NFL draft site and your handle was Cat Turd or Dog Turd, you would be the laughing stock of draft Twitter.
though.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is just the
Sorry.
reality. You'd be the laughing stock.
For real, man. Yeah. I miss when social media was fun, man. It was everybody making fun of everybody. There wasn't anybody, I mean, it wasn't all this mean, like, hateful, like kind of arguing stuff. And it's like right after, they said Zuck, was gonna do whatever on Facebook and, freedom of speech and this and that. And after that, all I saw people, it was like within hours, people were just calling everybody names and everything else. It's like, dude, I mean, come on, man. What happened to the fun stuff where, wasn't people are so wound up lately. I think, you know, I think the media is good for that too. Just
Yep.
they like getting everybody fighting and everything else. So that's one of the reasons I've always just loved football, because it was like the closest thing to, there's always next year, man. There's always hope for this. There's always hope for for something, you get your draft picks, it I just I've just always had so much fun doing it, and that's why I started talking about it and writing about it and everything else, man. It was like the one day I was talking about the criminal justice thing, and I was going to, I have a freaking college degree in criminal justice, and it's like, but I was seeing just the complete worst in people, like, all the time, with what I was doing. It was like just so depressing, and it's like now that if I'd actually thought, this football thing was so viable,
This is
or
funny.
I could be
NFL
on.
notifications posted this meme when your Browns friend tries to tell you they're just one QB away, and they show Zelensky crossing his arms, and they show Trump and Vance are like, no, the Browns are not a QB away from being a playoff team. I feel like that's me, Joey, and you, William. And you'd be Vance, I'd be Trump, and Joey'd be Zelensky. I'm sorry, I had to. I had to go there. I wish Joey was on the call so he'd have a rebuttal.
Tell me he better get up here and start saying
This
something
is
back.
just funny. It's just a funny meme. That's just a funny meme when your Browns fan friend tries to tell you they're just a QB away from contending, and then Trump and Vance dismiss Zelensky, who's the Browns fan, of the joke. That's just funny. That's just a great way of using today's meeting as a football joke.
Right.
So this is the backpedal and 45-degree drill.
Oh yeah, dude, you're right. I open up freaking Twitter or X or anything, and it's all just I see Shadur Sanders and Vladimir Zelensky.
It's Shadur
That's about
Sanders
it, dude.
and Zelensky walk into a bar. Shadur Sanders, Vladimir Zelensky, and Jim Irsay walk into a bar. I'm sorry, X. With all these Shadur Sanders, Zelensky things on your algorithm, I had to go there.
Yeah, dude. So
Malachi
anyway,
Starks. How is he going to do in this drill? Malachi Starks. He caught it. So Malachi Starks did well.
but yeah, man, that's why I switched to football, getting back to that little freaking spiel of stuff.
I
Is
took a criminology course at CCAC. I also took psychology at CCAC, and then I decided to
Mhm.
major in psych at Slippery Rock. But Slippery Rock, they make you take behavioral statistics. I really didn't want to
Oh,
learn about behavioral statistics. I get it. You have to have a math course in the majors. I get it, but that's
oh
not a
yeah.
course. And they
No,
won't
that's
even
what
let
I
you
have.
switch your major unless you have a 2.5 GPA, which defeats the whole purpose of going back. So I didn't go back
Mm,
because I want to run my company. And if I'm going to prioritize school over my business, what am I getting from the campus? What is the campus giving me in return besides a degree and student loan debt after I graduate? Nothing.
right.
I'm very transparent and transactional in that respect. So I
Yeah.
just decided not to go back.
And well, I ended up freaking with a
I
uh
like college, but I'm not giving up my company for a college. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to
right.
do that.
I ended up freaking with a bad concussion in the middle of my senior year, and I've got the associates, just
I
not the
met a lot of
bachelor's
cool
quite yet.
friends. I met a lot of cool friends at the campus. Don't get me wrong. I
Yeah,
But I'm not doing that. That is a bad deal for me in the long run.
but yeah, I mean, I just got so much more into football because I figure it helped me so much over the years, like just with that hope and in that want and that desire and everything else, and it's like, oh, I can actually, write about this stuff and actually, get, out there and do this stuff. And it's like, yeah, I'd much rather do that than seeing the worst, 1% of people like every day, and I mean, but that's
Okay, Sebastian Castro couldn't catch it.
oh no.
What I might do is I might swap Nick Eamon-Wari and Castro's draft spots. And we'll put Eamon-Wari as the second big winner of today, and we'll put Castro in the guy who hurt his stock. Because I thought Castro, I had a first round grade on Castro in the preseason, but I think I've seen enough today from where the drop in the 45 degree, 4.61, 4.59. I still like Castro a lot. I think his ceiling's higher than Eamon-Wari's, but his floor clearly isn't. He's slower than I thought he'd be. I'm probably not a day one pick anymore.
Yeah.
As much as I hate to say it, that's just.
Yeah, and like we were talking, safeties generally aren't, taking that high, and there's a few of them this year. So
I mean,
I can
Eamon-Wari,
definitely see
maybe we'll keep. I have Eamon-Wari in round 2, but he might move into round 1 with Starks and Watts. Ransom dropped the ball in the back pedal 45 degree drill. So Billy Bowman's looked good today, though. Billy Bowman's another guy who can move up the boards. Billy Bowman, I've had a mid-second on Billy Bowman for most of the year. I've had him in I think he was the last player in my top 50. I think I have him at like 59 or 60 now, but like Jonas Sanker did well in this drill. Yeah, I agree. What's going on here? Rough day for Castro.
I got to turn my phone on.
Okay, so Castro's relative athletic score is a 4.35, which is poor. 4.35 relative athletic score is poor, so he scored a 4.35 out of 10. So that ranks among every safeties from
go find something to snack on.
I might get a snack too. Malachi Starks caught the pass because after they do the 45 degree back pedal drill, they're going to do the 45 degree 40. They're going to do the 90 degree back pedal drill because it's going to be the same drills, and then they'll do the Terrell Austin 1 and 2 drills, and then they'll do the gauntlet. Then they'll do the box drill, and they'll do the gauntlet, and they'll do the tight ends. That's pretty much what's going to happen, William. I do have snacks. I've got planters, I've got some Tostitos, I've got some sodas. I think I'm gonna get a soda and some chips. I'll still be on the call. You might hear me munching in the background. Oh, the 40-yard dashes are already in for the safeties. NFL's like, fuck you, Chris. You're not getting any snacks. You're updating the 40 times, bitch. Really? Really? NFL Network, you're waiting. You don't release the 40s for the quarters. And then when I'm about to grab a snack, you post the 40 times to keep me from getting a snack. That's a dick move. I'm sorry, that's a dick move. I'll just update the 40 times and get my damn snack. But that is a dick move. I am kind of pissed off about that.
Well, damn it. Well, what the hell are they doing?
The more I bitch about it, the more I sound like Cartman. Get me some cheesy poofs, god damn it!
No kidding, my papa.
No kidding. This is my pot pie.
There you go. Yeah, that voice down, dude. Nice impression.
Thank you. All right. What did Castro ran a 4.59? So 4.59 is
I turned it on just in time to see that. and then Human Worry.
Elijah Clark ran a 4.61 unofficially, but he ran a 4.5 flat officially. So Crawford, what do we got for Crawford? 4.41 and 4.42. So Bowman ran a 4.42. I almost skipped Bowman's unofficial. So yeah, 4.42.
They just showed Human Worry freaking out running Derwin James.
Yeah, he ran faster than Derwin James. I would argue that Eamon Worry is probably the big, Eamon Worry is probably the big winner. And I would argue Castro's probably the guy who hurt his stock the most out of everybody here.
Yeah.
I hate putting Castro in the losers category because I love Castro as a prospect entering the year. His 2023 tape was fantastic. Yeah. But this was not a good day for him.
At least he broke the 4.6 after running 4.61. I mean, at least he had 4.59. That it sounds better. It's
yeah. And then Castro, we'll probably put Eamon Worry in the first now. Or we could put Eamon Worry in day 2. But here's the thing: we'll probably put we'll just swap Eamon Worry and Castro for now. But if one of the offensive linemen impresses on Sunday, we're probably going to put them where we have Eamon Worry, because I still think Eamon Worry's a second, but he did enough to move ahead of Castro. I'm enough of a man to acknowledge that. I'm enough of a man to acknowledge that.
Eamon Worry had a 43-inch vertical too.
Yeah.
Nice.
And he benefited with Xavier Watts not working out. Eamon Worry really asserted himself maybe as the number 1 safety in the entire draft.
Yeah. I've seen him ranked pretty high. And
Watts isn't even working out. He's just wearing the sweater like Travis Hunter. I get it. You are my top safety, but everybody else ran the 40 and you didn't. Everybody else worked out, you didn't. You have to crush it at your pro day. Otherwise, this decision is going to look really bad on your end. Like, if you don't crush it at Notre Dame's pro day, this decision is going to look really foolish on your part. Because the other guys showed up. They showed out. All right. Nick Eamon Worry and Starks are Jeremiah's top 2 safeties. Those are probably going to be the first 2 guys off the board now looking at this. And yeah, they're still doing safety drills. I'm just getting the official 40 times. Yeah, I was about to grab some chips, and then the NFL Combine ranked the 40 guys, and they're like Jason Bateman in that "the fuck you are" meme. The fuck you are gonna grab some chips.
Oh, they said Malachi Stark's measurables are matched with Jesse Bates the third.
4.55 from Hook, Max and Hook, and Billy Bowman dropped a pass in the 90-degree drill.
Oh no!
So no perfect day for Bowman. Castro does rebound in the 90-degree drill after struggling in the 45-degree back pedal.
Yeah,
and that's encouraging to see. The Navy lane had a 4.57 official. Elijah Clark did well in this drill. Yeah, and bench press reps are coming out tomorrow for the defensive backs. I expect a lot of DNPs, but with the quarterback weigh-ins, wide receiver weigh-ins, running back weigh-ins, we might get those weigh-ins as early as 9 a.m. tomorrow when William's texting me about the plans for tomorrow's show. I'm just saying, guys, that's a distinct possibility because they did the bench presses at like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. for the D tackles and for the linebackers. They did the bench press reps, and then they did then they revealed the weigh-ins at noon for the defensive backs today. So Lathan Ransom did a good job on that rep. Jabbar Muhammad Mukaba ran a 4.45 officially. Jalen Reed ran a 4.49 unofficially. Revel didn't run. Riley. Jonas Sanker ran a 4.48. Starks did well in this drill. The back pedal. And look, we both think Watts is the best safety in the draft, but he's the best safety by a landslide. Not like the overwhelming safety one, like Travis Hunter's the overwhelming cornerback one on most boards. That's why he has the luxury to skip. You're ahead by a landslide. So you not working out when everyone else in your group worked out, it's not a good look. It doesn't mean you can't assert yourself at safety one, but you have to kick ass at your pro day. And that's kind of risky. That's kind of risky what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. You know, I think we should definitely. It's one of those.
It's not a deal breaker, but it's very risky. And if you have a bad pro day, it's going to hurt your stock.
Yeah.
So. Siegel, I guess Siegel's 40 time. He ran a 4.37. I remember they don't have his 40 time list on NFL.com. I get it. He's not one of the big name players, but it's still Starks ran a 4.5 flat. That is official. Strong ran 4.5 flat. Dante Trader didn't run the 40. Malik Burden didn't run the 40. Xavier Watts didn't run it. Noah Williams ran a 4.5 flat. Kevin Winston didn't run it. Wooler ran a 4.57. And Woodson ran a Craig Woodson. What did Craig Woodson run? 4.55. So 4.57, 4.45. All right, and then we'll move Castro. We'll move Castro into round 2, and then I'll update the safety rankings on my site after the combine. Maybe I'll do it during the commercial, but like I want to at least update Castro, and because there's just a lot of stuff we got to update. We'll update Castro, we'll move him into the second, and we'll move Imanwari into the first. Because I really don't like tweaking my board at this point in the process, but after what I saw today, I have to put Imanwari where we had Castro, just swap those two. So, yeah. Yeah. I still like Castro, but, you know, Imanwari's floor is higher than Castro's now. And I would say Castro's, let's swap let's swap Castro with another player. And we'll put him where we have Imanwari, but that's going to move Donovan Jackson into round 1. We'll keep Imanwari in round 2 for now, but like, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll put Imanwari in round 1, but it's like, I think his floor is probably like, I would say we'll put him ahead of Shamar Stewart. So Imanwari moves up to 25, where we had Shamar Stewart. Stewart is at 26. Connerly's at 27. Starks is at 28. So Starks is now the number 3 safety in my rankings. He's still in the first round, but he falls to 28. Loveland's at 29. Clay Webb is at 30. Quincy Riley's at 31. And Scorton's at 32. And Castro drops all the way to 34. Well, we're gonna lower his floor grade from 80 to like 79. So I don't know how far he's gonna drop as a result, but he is gonna drop. And with the 79, he drops to 37, ahead of Judkins, but behind Izaraku, behind Trey Harris. I mean, Castro's a great value pick in day 3, even with the bad 40. But yeah, he falls as a result. Okay, so they're doing the 90-degree drill. I've updated the safety rankings on my phone. I'm about to update the safety rankings on my site. And then once they're updated, they're officially updated for good. Because Starks hasn't dropped anything in the on-the-field drills. They're doing the Terrell Austin field drill. And Starks has just been money. He has not dropped a damn ball yet. But I think the gap between Watts, Starks, and Eamon Wari is much smaller than most people realize. And I still have Castro in round 2, but he's no longer in my top 32. I had to move him down. I hate doing it. It breaks my heart because Castro is one of these guys I've been pounding the table for all year. But after what I saw today, I had to move him down. I had to.
Yeah, that's definitely understandable. Yeah, I mean, especially with like I said, just little numbers like that can make things happen. And I didn't realize that Billy Bowman was only 5'9". I thought he was taller than that.
Bowman's he's only 5'9". But yeah, the official 40 times are in. I can talk about yeah.
But yeah, dude, freaking. I've got to go take care of something real quick, man.
All right, you do that. I'll still be here if you're back after you take care of what you need to do. I mean, the tight ends are coming up pretty soon. That's going to be the Terrell Austin drill 2 and the gauntlet drill, and then the tight ends are going to run their 40s. By the time you run your errands, they should be back, though. I mean, the tight end should be, if you still want to cover this with me, but yeah.
Okay.
You do.
Yeah. I should be. I won't be too long, man.
All right. Yeah, I'll see if we got a text from Joey. Okay, so the Terrell Austin drill 2 is coming up. Billy Bowman looked a lot better in this drill. Yeah, I'm going to go get some stuff for later, some food. I'm going to get some food, and I'm going to get some stuff for later. I'm going to go throw these boxes out. Get some shoes on, throw these boxes out. Yeah. I'll be back, guys. It's just, we're at a Terrell Austin drill. We're at this part of the show. Yeah, the 40 times for the defensive backs are done. Tight ends are probably be working out. So basically we're on the last day of combine. We're on the last position. We're on the very last position. Last position will be the tight ends. I know we got the gauntlet coming out. Pretty easy day. Tomorrow is probably the toughest day of the week. Tomorrow is definitely the toughest day because you've got DBs, wide receivers, running backs. I probably can get sleep. Some rare Friday occasion where I don't have to pull an all-nighter because we don't have a show until 1 tomorrow, and I don't think I'm going to sleep until 1. I have slept in that late, but there's like a very low probability, even if I don't pull an all-nighter, I can get some sleep, do my eye drops. All right, so I got all the 40 times updated. All right. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm going to update this. Might need to give my hands a few minutes to dry. Does this person follow me on Twitter? No, they're getting muted. If you're just going to virtue signal, and you don't follow me on Twitter, I'm just going to push the mute button. I'm not even going to give you a choice. I'm just going to push the mute button. Yeah, just, yeah, we're seeing a few guys do the box drill. So basically all the 40 times have been posted for the defensive backs. So is that Billy Bowman? No, that's Lathan Ransom, I think. I'm not sure. I think they were just using that guy as a demonstration. Can you actually tell us who's working out, NFL Network? Can you not be? Okay, this is Billy Bowman. All right. Bowman did drop that second ball. It was very subtle, but he did drop it. Lane. Eamon Warry's probably just going to run the 40. He's probably not going to do. Yeah, so Elijah Clark's really the only guy who stood out in the gauntlet so far. Syracuse safety. Jonas Sanker. Malachi Starks. What is Starks going to do here? Starks dropped one. Craig Woodson. That was the one he dropped. He did run on the line. Yeah, I've been on a little bit of a break. Yeah, so we'll pull up the write-ups from today. You guys can read those until the tight end combine results come up. So Dave Tepper and Arthur Blank might be the only two owners who are rivals to each other in both football and soccer in MLS. Isn't that nuts, though? They're rivals in both football and soccer. Carolina, Atlanta, they're both rivals in soccer as well as football. All right, that's fine. I'm not really. Yeah. This is such a coward's move on his part. No, I'm talking about the freaking Zelensky stuff. But yeah, I know we're still on the air. I'm just waiting for William to get back. He might get back. He might not. I ate a bag of chips. I'm back. Yeah, there's some dry roasted peanuts. I'm just not going to eat them right now. I'm not going to eat them right now because the tight ends are coming up soon, and I just don't think it's appropriate for me to eat them. Yeah. So we're at 30 viewers here. They're just showing Stacey Dales. It sounds like neither Loveland or Warren is going to end up working out. All right. Every position group except the Okay, so I think all the ginger ale is root beer is done. We've mixed it all. So it's done now. All right. Let's just let's So yeah, they're interviewing Schreiger's interviewing Brandon Bean, and then they're gonna, Chiefs would be up there. Like, who are the most consistent franchises this decade? Chiefs would be up there. I would have to rank the Dallas Stars ahead of the Buffalo Bills simply because the Dallas Stars have been to 3 conference title games this decade, and they've been to a Stanley Cup. The Bills have only been to 2 conference title games this decade. So I would have to rank the Dallas Stars ahead of the Buffalo Bills for that reason alone. Now, if the Bills win a Super Bowl, the narrative before the Stars win in the Stanley Cup, another Stanley Cup, the narrative changes. But right now, I would have to rank the Dallas Stars ahead of the Buffalo Bills, just on narrative alone, just on winning consistently and narrative alone. I would rank them ahead of Buffalo. I'd rank the Stars ahead of the Bills. For ranking sports teams just based on consistency alone, I would probably put the Chiefs at 1 And I would probably put the Columbus Crew at 2 if we're ranking team of the decade, every sport, NFL, WNBA. Chiefs and Las Vegas Aces would be 1 and 2, and I think I'd have to put the Crew at 3. And then it began. Then the conversation of who's the best team of the decade outside of the Chiefs, the Las Vegas Aces, and the Columbus Crew. Who else has won multiple championships? Who else can shift that goalpost, shift that narrative? That's really what it gets interesting. And the Titans are going to run 40 soon. That's why I put my drink back. Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah. Tight ends are going to be coming up after this commercial, but yeah. All right. Looks like we are going to get some 40 times. Tyler Warren. I don't think Tyler Warren or Colson Loveland are going to run the 40. They're both wearing hoodies. Okay, you were just in time, William. You were just in time. They're lining up for the 40s. You have missed nothing. They're showing highlights of they're showing highlights of Tyler Warren and stuff, but the guys are about to run the 40-yard dash to the tight end group. You have not missed anything.
Nice.
So the timing's perfect. I did eat a bag of I did eat the final bag of Tostitos while I'm gone. So I still have Planters dry roasted peanuts, and I've got some Chex Mix from Christmas that I haven't finished, like the last bag, homemade Chex Mix. So I've got food for tomorrow. I don't have to rush anything, and yeah, final day of the final group of the combine.
Big day in the combine for whatever's.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be the biggest day of the combine, though, with all the yeah, because I've got Eamon Worry at 2, and I've got Starks at 3, and Castro at 4. That was the big change in my board. But yeah, Elijah Arroyo is not running the 40, so they're going to start with Gavin Bartholomew. Gavin Bartholomew is going to have the first 40-yard dash. I figured Arroyo would run the 40 because he was wearing a jacket, but he's wearing a tank top under the jacket. He's just choosing not to run the 40.
Yeah.
I bet he does the on-the-field drills, though. But Loveland and Warren were both wearing hoodies, so I think neither of them is going to work out today, if I had to guess. Both Warren and Loveland were wearing hoodies, like Travis Hunter. So if I had to take an educated guess, I would say neither of them is going to work out. But Bartholomew ran a 4.73. That is officially official.
Officially official.
Yep. Unofficial.
Arroyo had, he had a good week at the Senior Bowl. So
I don't think he needs to run.
I guess I can kind of feel that. Yeah.
4.75 for Bringstool.
And I evaluated Loveland before the season. And I mean,
Loveland is 6'6", 250. He weighed in 6'5", 6 inches, but 6'5", 6 inches rounds up to 6'6". Yeah. And that's what the combine doesn't do. They don't round up the exact numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're 5'11", but you're 5'11", 7 inches, you're technically 6 feet. Just saying.
Yeah.
You're technically 6 feet, even if.
The one thing I like about the combine, though, is that they actually show the height measurements, as opposed to like we were just talking about Jax DeJean and stuff. He's definitely not 6'6", and it's like they even had they had Bryce Young listed at 6 foot, man, and it was like, dude, no, he had the body of a 15-year-old boy, and it was like he was lucky to measure 5'10" or whatever he did, 5'10" and a half, But I always put that, or I talk about that in my evaluations a lot. It's
it sounds
how guys lie about their height,
Yeah, like what's happened with the combine? Like there are a lot more people at the combine earlier. Can anybody stay as late as they want, or do these people that go to the combine as fans just choose to leave because they don't want to have to drive at night. There's traffic involved. There's, some people are taking their kids to the combine. I don't know what it is, but Mitchell Evans is going to run the 40, though. So is Fannin. Fannin is actually running the 40. Good for Fannin.
I like that. Fannin, he's coming from a small school and everything, man. He needs to, show exactly who he is. And
I think
good
the
tight end.
ceiling for Fannin is a 4.47. I think the lowest he runs is a 4.59. I think we're looking at somewhere in that ballpark, William. So just if I had to take an educated guess, that's probably what we're getting.
What did Fannin come in on height wise?
6'3", 238. That was his Senior Bowl weigh, and he's now at 241 according to the combine. So he may have added 3 pounds of muscle since the Senior Bowl, and a 4.73 for Fannin. He ran a 4.73, which was only a second better than Mitchell Evans, who ran a 4.74.
Yeah.
Yep. After Gunnar Helm runs, they're going to Molokai Matavo, which means Loveland's not running the 40. Not surprised. Him and Warren were wearing hoodies. Nothing under the under the hoodie like Arroyo. So that tells me they're not running the 40 or working out. They're waiting till the pro days. Terrence Ferguson with a decent 4.64. I figured Ferguson would run a 4.64 and that Fannin would run like a much better 40, and Ferguson would run like a 4.7. I'm kind of surprised by that. I shouldn't be, but I am.
Yeah, for sure.
Thomas Fedone II, the Nebraska tight end. Luke Lakey's not running the 40 either. I mean,
Really?
Lakey had a good Shrine Bowl. I do have a third on Lakey, even though a lot of people have Lakey in day 3 now. I'm just surprised that he's not running a little bit. Not a lot, but there's just as many people that have Lakey in day 3 as there are day 2. So I'm a little bit surprised that he's not running. I'm not shocked, but Gadsden's not running either. I have a third on Arondre Gadsden. So Jackson Hans is up next.
A whole lot of Gadsden yet.
Yeah.
But, being the legacy is and everything else, I mean, he's definitely, I mean, like I said, there's tight ends that
Joshua Simon's the final tight end running the 40. So that tells me, unless he might be the final tight end they're showing on the screen, but it looks like he's the final tight end running, which tells me a lot of tight ends are going to be waiting till their pro days. Yeah.
And the one thing that I really want to see is a tight end, separate himself, from the other ones. I mean, obviously Warren had a great year, and Fannin, obviously, I mean, his Senior Bowl was good, but it's the difference. I see, Fannin's more of a flex slot tight end, whatever you want to call it, and I mean, most tight ends get bigger. That's why I mentioned Fannin as like a supersized receiver. He's built like a receiver. It's not really. He doesn't have that extra weight to him, or extra thickness to him like Warren or Loveland's a pretty big dude. And but yeah, it's one of those things. This one of those years where you can definitely pick your poison when it comes to tight ends. Colson Loveland, obviously he's a true wide tight end. Tyler Warren is a true wide tight end. And like I said, though, Fannin, is more of a flex. Things like that. And that's what a lot
Gunnar
of people
Helm ran at
don't see.
4.93. There's going to be a tackle that has a better 40 time than Gunnar Helm. 4.93 for Texas tight end.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people talk helm up too, but in when it comes down to it, sorry, hold on a minute. He needs
Bryson
to.
Nesbitt is next up, and then we got I don't know why TalkShoe says disconnected from online meeting, but I'm good either way. I only recorded on TalkShoe because I thought Joey was calling, and that's really the only reason I recorded the combine today on TalkShoe. But yeah, I'll have this combine and tomorrow's combine on TalkShoe. Sunday, you'll have live streams of all the combines, but today's combine and tomorrow's will be the only ones on TalkShoe.
Is Mason Taylor running today?
Mason Taylor is not running today. I think Outsis is the next guy up. Bryson Nesbitt, Outsis, Joshua Simon are the last three to run. So yeah, Mason Taylor and Tyler Warren. Mason Taylor is one of the day 3 picks. Because I have 8 day 3 picks with Pro Bowl upside. I'll go through those guys on my rankings. I'm not going to go through all of round 3 and round 4 and 5 of my board. We can go through that tomorrow. But with me talking, William talking, Joey talking, I might save that for Sunday.
Yeah.
I might save that for Sunday if William's here. So that I might save that for Sunday because I don't think I need to go over that now. But I'll go over the guys that we have 90 or higher potential on in day 3. 102, Quentin Cooley. 103, the Liberty running back. 103, Dylan Gabriel. 104, Jason Henderson, Old Dominion running back. Old Dominion right outside linebacker. Dorian Strong, Virginia Tech corner. We saw him today. I have him at 105. Mason Taylor, the LSU tight end. I have him at 107. Antoine Wells Jr., the Ole Miss wide receiver. I have him at 108. And then there's a few guys that I have Pro Bowl upside on that I have going in round 5. The first of those guys is Jarquez Hunter, the Auburn running back at 171, and the other guy is Gus Hartwig, the Purdue center at 172. So there are some good value picks in this draft, William. But there's a very limited selection of premium picks once you get to day 3, like guys that have upside to develop into Pro Bowlers. There's a very limited supply of those once you get to day 3.
Yeah, and it's one thing I was mentioning about how deep this draft is, especially at like tight end, because there are going to be tight ends,
I've got 180. I've got 184, 185 players with starter grades, but in terms of 85 or higher as far as potential. But there's also a lot of players that have really bad floors after the third round too this year. Even though there are a lot of ceiling players, there's also a lot of players with really inconsistent floors after round 3.
Yeah. And, there's going to be tight ends all the way through this draft. That's actually for one thing for our audience to know. I'm going to start really specializing, in evaluating, explaining, the
when we get to the draft, it's going to be chaotic. It's going to be more chaotic than usual. I'll explain in a second. 40 times for some of the tight ends. 4.89 for the North Carolina tight end Nesbitt. Outs ran a 4.95. The Alabama backup tight end. I don't even know why he got a combine invite personally. The backup tight end on Alabama. 6'3", 274. There are better choices. There are probably some combine snubs they could have picked over him, but yeah. Looking at the draft, I know Orrin, Emmanuel Watson, and Sean may end up doing the draft stream for day 1. So if we have 6 people on, what I'm going to do is I'm only going to post draft grades. I'll post my grades as they come in. I'm not even going to go in depth with the pick because if we have that many voices on for day 1, like 6, that literally gives Orrin and those other people a minute. And then by the time those people said their piece, instead of having a chance to break down the pick, Orrin's going to leak the next pick. Just knowing the format, knowing how many drafts we've covered, if we have that many people on the call, I probably won't reveal my grade for the pick. I'll probably just type my grade for the pick. I won't even go in depth with it, kind of like what I did with the MLS draft. And we can set up like an actual draft ticker of who's picked who as that date is coming in. because that's what I did with the MLS draft. It was seen as a big success. So there's lots of things we can do. There's different avenues we can take.
Yeah. And
but that's something I'm preparing for with this NFL draft, because we had 6 people on the call in the 2018 draft: Joey, John Butts, Ryan Romero, Oren, Tracy, Brian Lewis. Wanted to call in but couldn't. It was a disaster because people were talking over each other. There was no consistency and stuff. So if
yeah,
we're going to have that many people on the call again, we've got to go about it differently in terms of the game plan. We got to come in with a different game plan.
yeah.
I think I'm more prepared this time compared to that draft, but I think I got to come in with a different game plan, different
Well,
execution if we have that many people on. Because I can deal with you, Ord, and Joey. That's fine. That's 4 people. I think that's good. But like, if we're gonna have Emmanuel and Sean on for the draft, then the execution's gonna have to be. I'm gonna have to tweak how I approach the draft compared to other years. And I don't know who's gonna be on for the draft. We'll see.
yeah. And like I said, I'm going to be, I study a lot of the quarterbacks, and I'm going to start, a special with the tight ends to really, explain to people, how nobody really talks so much about tight ends. They forget about it, and then they don't talk about the difference, like I said, between the wide tight ends and the flex tight ends and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm almost all my evaluations coming up are going to be quarterbacks and tight ends, just to give that what, so people understand it exactly what is going on, because tight ends are so undervalued, and it's like, Greg Olson once said, that they're have to do everything that a left tackle has to do, and then everything that a wide receiver has to do, and they get paid half as much and do twice the work. And usually the tight ends are, a lot of times, are the guys who were quarterbacks in high school and in the early part of college, and then ended up having to switch positions or do something else, and that's how it was, when I was in high school. There were so many politics, if you didn't have the right last name, you weren't going to be a quarterback and this and that, but tight ends with the the importance of the passing game as it's become the last 10-15 years, especially. I mean, tight ends are so undervalued, and I feel that every team should have 2, at least. And I would love to see, I was mentioning earlier, George Kittle is getting older, and having a tight end like Fannin come in, or Luke Lachey.
NFL Rookie Watch said that the 2026 draft is a chance to be the best quarterback draft of all time. I like the draft. Don't get me wrong. I really do like 2026. I think it's one of the stronger drafts this decade, up there with 2021 and 2024. To say it's going to be the best quarterback draft of all time, up there with like 1983 when you had Elway and Marino in the first round, no.
Yeah,
No. I'm
And
sorry.
that's where they need to stop with all that, with all the hype that they pull with that stuff, and I
I
mean,
mean, I get it.
they're
Next
just
year's
looking at
QB draft is really good, but
Yeah.
I don't agree that it's going to be the best QB draft of all time. No,
no,
that's just
this year might be the best running back draft of all time,
yeah. This year might actually be the best running back draft of all time,
or even tight end draft. I mean, there's only a couple years ago I
I
had
thought last
4.
year's tight end draft was better, but this is another good one too.
Yeah, it just has that
23 was a
potential,
really deep tight end draft too. That's the thing. We've been getting spoiled with good tight ends the last 3 years.
Oh yeah, I before Darnell Washington got hurt, I had him just barely, at the end of the first round, like
Same.
early second.
I had the 2 guys I had Two guys I had at the end of the first round were Mayer and Washington, Georgia tight end.
Yeah, I had him in. It was, let's see, Dalton Kincaid was my tight end 1. Michael Mayer was my tight end 2. Luke Musgrave was my tight end 3, and Darnell Washington was my tight end 4. You know, and they were. I love what the Steelers did. You know, ended up with Washington, and then having Freiermuth. You know, besides that, but you know, I mean, like I said, I feel that, you know, there's definitely between Loveland, Fannin, Warren, and Lachey, you know, that like I said, the finals aren't in, but I feel, you know, this draft can be, you know, every bit as good as what was that, 23, you know, and like I said, that's why I'm gonna start, you know, doing a little bit of covering them, so I can, you know, because I've seen some really good ones in this draft too. You know, Terrence Ferguson, you know, he'll definitely be a starter at some point. You know, I mean, he played.
That's interesting. Dark Twisted Fantasy 2 years ago said that 26 would be a better QB draft than 24, and that 2023 would be the best running back draft, but then be 2025, 24, 26. And then he had 2025 and 2026 being the best receiver drafts and 24 being the weakest. But 24 was a very strong receiver draft. So
Yeah.
I don't think this draft or 26 is as good as
Yeah. I've seen a lot of people like ranking, you know, Gunnar Helm really high this year, but after, you know, just running 4.93, that's not good at all. You know, I had seen a whole lot of him on tape yet, but that 40 is kind of a killer when it comes to, you know, anybody saying he was a, you know, a day 2 pick, you know, and I mean, I just don't see that now. You know, I mean,
yep.
but other than that, you know, there's obviously some great ones you mentioned in there. Obviously, Gadsden, you know, he's another legacy, like so many of them coming out. But like I said, we'll have them. They'll be, you know, starting tight ends available, you know, day 4 or, you know, day 3, you know, and it's just one of those things, man. But I would love to see the Niners definitely need to take one this year, you know, so they can put them alongside, you know, Kittle and get them going, and it's going to be interesting. Like I say, my evaluations coming up will start to explain a whole lot of things when it comes to this draft class. Who else is running today, man?
Outsis is running, and then Simon's running, and then the 40s are done for today. After
Oh crap!
I mean, next year's running back class: Baxter, Justice Haynes, Julian Love. But that's it. And then people are saying the receiver and tight end groups are on par with 25, but I don't see it. I think next year's receiver tight end group is weaker than this year.
Yeah, I feel that very well. I don't see how they can even say that the tight ends are.
But that's how it is in the beginning. You think the receiver class is going to get worse, and then it ends up surprising you.
Right. football, man. It's not rocket science, but there's a whole lot of variables. Wish I could see it's starting to get dark here in Colorado. Huh? Is it dark where you are, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, wait, am I still? Oh, I'm still here. I don't know what's going on with my camera. Is my camera turned off? No, I'm here
Mine is because I had to.
because it's dark. All right, but yeah, they're done. They're done with the 40s for the tight end, and they're basically really they're lowering the camera. They're lowering the camera for the combine. But yeah, the whole Lucas Oil Stadium is pretty empty now compared to earlier, but that's because people probably left their apartment to beat traffic.
Yeah. Like I said, nobody really thinks about tight ends either, so they probably just wanted to see everyone
It's
else.
not that people didn't want to watch the tight ends, it's that people didn't want to drive when it's dark out after the combine.
Oh, I can see that too. I definitely, yeah.
Because the parents that bring their kids to the combine, they don't want to drive at the combine at like 7, 8, 9 p.m. Eastern when it's dark out. I can see how that would be a pain in the neck.
For real.
But the only way to avoid that is to start the combine festivities at like 6, 7 a.m., make it like a freaking boot camp. And that players don't want that. Fans are all for that because the kids get to stay the entirety of the combine before it's dark out. The fans are all for that, but the players are totally against that. And ultimately, the players do have some influence.
That's how it's starting to be anymore, man. It was like seeing the coaching ranks in the NFL for the most favorable one to the players. I saw an article about that like this morning or something.
Yep.
And I was just like, oh my god, dude! I was like, what is happening here?
Yep.
I really got to do an evaluation on Mason Taylor soon too. I want to see where everybody's got him.
I got Mason Taylor early in round 4, but he is the son of Jason Taylor.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I'm really interested in, because Jason Taylor, I mean, he was a
Which does make Joy Taylor his aunt, because Jason Taylor's younger sister is Joy Taylor of FS1, which does technically make her Mason Taylor's aunt.
Nice.
I don't know. I think that's how the family tree works. It's not really my place to comment on that, but I'm just hypothetically speaking that. But yeah, looking at the combine, it'll be interesting because now the on-the-field drills begin. And they're probably going to get out the pads for the blocking drill, I would think.
I didn't know Brant Kuitt, the Utah tight end, it's only got him listed at like 6'2" on here, like 236. That's pretty small for a tight end. Yeah, just looking at a few of these, I think it's safe to say I can see five or six tight ends that are will be starters at some time in this league out of this draft.
So they've got a 90 on Warren, a 92 on Loveland, and an 86 on Fannin. I think Warren's ceiling is lower, but I think he's got the highest floor of any tight end.
Yeah, and I definitely feel that's because of his IQ and his
his football IQ and just the versatility that he has shown, coming in, has no problem throwing touchdowns. And I mean, before this year, he wasn't very well known, but after that, I've seen him, and he's definitely has a high ceiling. The thing with Colston Loveland, when I did his evaluation, as a prospect, he I said that straight up in my evaluation that he was the best that I had evaluated yet, for tight ends, or that I liked, more than, I mean, Dalton Kincaid was watching that guy play, and his heart and just, how he was. It was like I automatically felt, that he was a first round pick, and I had that, from towards the beginning of that season before he was picked in the first round, and I love that Buffalo picked him, because I mean, just having Josh Allen and everything, it just awesome. But I mean, I definitely see Colston Loveland. He's a first round tight end. He's a big thick dude. He's dynamic. He's just, like I said, I don't know how, obviously tight ends will slide out of the first round and everything else, but he was definitely the best that I had evaluated.
Yeah, Charlie and a lot of the people in the group Colton Edwards runs saying all the tight ends ran poorly outside of Terrence Ferguson, who had a 4.64. Because most of them ran 4.7s, which is the average time for a tight end. I get it. They want to be subjective. It's fair. I don't think anybody was horrible, but there wasn't a standout in the group. There was not because I think Likely ran a 4.45 or a 4.5 at the combine, but the over-the-shoulder drill, they're doing that, and Bartholomew couldn't catch it in the over-the-shoulder drill. But yeah, over-the-shoulder drill underway here.
And then of course, Elijah Arroyo, I think he'll fall in there. He might not be as good as some of the Miami tight ends of the past, but I mean, he is also going to be, very underrated, and even wherever he
CJ
ends up going,
Dupre.
I can see Arroyo. He'll probably get picked, and
I'm not high on Arroyo, but he did have a good Senior Bowl week. I don't know if the skill set translates. I think Miami's receivers are the players with the most upside on that offense outside of Ward. But you got three NFL receivers: Martinez, a first-round tackle next year, Jalen Rivers at left tackle, and Arroyo at tight end. A lot of weapons for Cam Ward. A lot of weapons that take a lot of pressure off Cam Ward.
Yeah, for real. And that was why, Cam Ward, put up the, best numbers he had in his career, and like I said, Arroyo is a decent tight end, but he's still not going to be picked, before, say.
There wasn't a dominant safety. I mean, Malachi Starks didn't drop any passes until the final drill, the Gauntlet, where he dropped one pass. But there were only two safeties. Gauntlet was really underwhelming for defensive backs this year. Only Clark out of Syracuse and Jonas Sanker out of Virginia caught everything in the Gauntlet. So the Gauntlet was very underwhelming for safeties and corners this year. So only 6 defensive backs caught everything in the Gauntlet, 4 corners and 2 safeties. So that's just, you don't see that in most draft years, William. It's just we're probably not going to see that at the 2026 Combine next year. We're probably not going to see that.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely understandable.
For a class that got as much hype as this one did, And maybe the corners like the Will Johnsons, the Morrisons, the Travis Hunters, the guys that didn't work out, maybe they're still as good as advertised, but that stuff's getting kind of swept under the rug right now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Terrence Ferguson and Texas tight end Gunnar Helm and
I haven't seen a
LSU
whole lot
tight
of.
end Mason Taylor
I haven't seen a whole lot of Mitchell Evans.
did the
yet
best
either.
in the over-the-shoulder drill. But yeah, that's basically what I'm typing on the site right now. If we get official 40 times, it's great. But yeah, right now, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might just relax after the combine today because we don't know when the 40 times are going to be. Second day, the third day is the longest, but all of these days, and the thing is, I don't have to pull an all-nighter because if the odds of me being awake before the odds of me sleeping in until 1 p.m. are very, very low. They are very, very low. The odds of me sleeping until 1 p.m. if I go to bed early are very, very low. Like, I would say maybe there's a 5 or 10% probability. Whereas if I slept in that late on a regular week, I'd say it's 30 or 40% chance. But they're still too high, but, I don't think I'll have to pull an all-nighter tonight because if we're not starting the podcast till 1, I don't think I've got to do much grunt work in terms of preparation. I mean, I still got to prepare, William, but I think the odds of me sleeping in until 1 p.m., if I do decide to sleep instead of pulling all-nighter, I think those odds are very low, whereas there's a chance you could sleep in till 10 a.m. on a weekend during the regular season.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless I'm texting you at 4 in the morning, usually.
Yeah,
When
sometimes.
I'm riding.
So I think the odds of me sleeping in until 1 p.m., those are just very low odds. I don't think I would sleep in that late. Even if I went to bed early tonight, I don't think I would sleep in that late.
I don't remember the last time I slept in that late. Well,
I think I
absolutely
slept
never.
until 2 once, but I was doing eye drops that day. And the thing is, the reason I feel a lot better is because I've been doing the eye drops, like the minimum amount of eye drops that I got to do. I've been doing those at midnight, like right at midnight, so I don't have to do them for the rest of the day.
Right.
And that's smart because you get them out of your system. And outside of maybe one eye drop in the morning when you're eating breakfast, you don't have to do them for the rest of the day because you
True.
stayed up late to do them.
I usually just had to figure out how to turn the blue light off on my phone.
And now they're
Nobody
blocking drill.
knows.
They're gonna take the bobsled, the sleds, and they're gonna push them back. Really showcases the run blocking the tight ends have.
Yeah, that's gonna be
And then the Cowboys scout comes over to Bartholomew, is like, no. It's like he's trying to get him to screw up the drill because it's Cowboys. I would just push the sled and do the opposite of what the Cowboys coach says. You can't trust their track record with talent.
yeah.
They haven't won in the playoffs. This is the block explosion drill, by the way.
I thought they were gonna draft a tight end like Darnell Washington or one of them, in 2023. I had Dallas,
They
I
did
figured they'd
draft
do
the
something.
Michigan tight end, Luke Shoemaker, to pair with Jake Ferguson.
Yeah.
They're both still on rookie deals.
Yeah.
Mitchell Evans, I respect the blocking, but it looks like you're motorboating the bag. You got your mouth a little bit too close to the bag. It looks like you're motorboating the bag. It's not a good look for you, man. And now Ferguson's motorboating the bag too. This is not that's not how you treat the bag, the sleds. You gotta. And now the Nebraska. You know what? I'm not even gonna say anything else because that's the only. If I say they're motorboating the bag, they're just gonna keep motorboating the bag. I'm gonna stop now, and hopefully, see there, Gadsden. That's what I want to see. You push the bag, but you don't put your mouth near the bag. That Gadsden, way to set the bar for these noobs.
Oh, that's funny. I gotta go out here and find something to munch on now.
Yeah.
Go out there, and my mom is watching too much politics on TV, man.
Gunnar Helm's got his eyes and his mouth on the bag. Jeez, you're taking motorboating the bag to a whole new level, Gunnar Helm, and that's not a good thing. Luke Lakey, he's looking at the bag, but he's got his eyes and lips away from the bag. Good job, Lakey. Good freaking job. Way to be a role model while blocking. Matavo's got his nose on the bag, but he doesn't have his eyes or lips on the bag. I'll allow that. An Eskimo kiss for the bag. I'll allow that. It does look a little... I'm not going to bitch about that because I understand you want to make contact with the bag. You want to get a little physical, but you didn't overdo it. So I'm not going to roast him for that. Joey might. I'm not going to do that. But yeah. Gadsden did well in the blocking drills. So, yeah. So did Ferguson. Yeah, I mean, Zelensky didn't apologize on Brett Baer. He went on Brett Baer. That's probably what your mom was watching. I don't know.
Probably.
But everybody's making a big freaking deal about that on X. And Stephen A. Smith goes on Fox News and says, the fact that I'm the candidate for the presidency of the United States, according to the polling for the Democratic Party, is the most clear-cut evidence of how pathetic your party is right now. I have no business being on that list. I'm not qualified, but it just shows how pathetic things are at this particular moment in time. So he basically just goes on Sean Hannity and calls the Democratic Party pathetic since he's the front runner, one of the front runners for the nominee in 28. Stephen A. Smith, oh man. $3 or $57 million. I do have some news update. It's not political. I promise it's not political. You want me to share, William, during the commercial? I do have some news. There is a protest outside of the capital in Greece, in Athens. There's like a protest with fires and stuff. Look, you got to give me some credit here, William. It's not Trump and Zelensky. I found some actual news that's not Trump and Zelensky, so... Okay, William's back. I think William was out for a second. All right, William, you're back.
Okay, there you go. I just had to switch to my computer, bro.
Nope,
So.
no worries. You're just in time for the gauntlet. The tight ends are doing the gauntlet. But yeah, I did find some news. It's not political. It is it's people protesting outside of Athens, Greece. So no Trump, no Zelensky news. I actually found some intellectual news that's going to get downplayed with the protests in Greece because of the Trump Zelensky thing today. That's going to get downplayed. Like,
yeah, I'm sure it will, man.
Like that's a way bigger story. The protests in Athens, Greece, buildings in Greece burning down. That's going to get downplayed because of Trump and Zelensky's feud at the White House. Like that's going to get downplayed in the news, but that's a way bigger story in my opinion. I mean, I think if I were a news station, I'd be covering that first and the Trump Zelensky thing second.
Yeah.
Forget ratings. I want an intelligent story that's compelling to a degree, and the Greece riots are just more compelling. My opinion. Maybe you disagree with me, William, but I think the Greek riots are a more compelling story.
Yeah, much better than hearing, they get too much into that.
Yeah.
Other BS.
I have not seen the tight end catch every ball in the gauntlet drill. Bryson Nesbitt. Oh, damn it. I jinxed Bryson Nesbitt. It looked like he could be the first.
Damn it.
Yeah, they just started the gauntlet drill. None of the tight ends have caught everything in the drill. And there goes another. I remember when Trey McBride caught everything in the gauntlet drill a few years ago. It's not that hard. I mean, I think Bowers didn't work out at the combine, but I think another tight end in last year's draft did catch everything in the gauntlet. Maybe it was Bowers. I think it was Bowers who did catch everything in the gauntlet, but only Mason Taylor's on pace to be the first guy to do it. And yeah, Mason Taylor did it. Mason Taylor caught everything in the gauntlet. First guy to catch everything in the gauntlet.
Nice. Good, at least someone did.
Yeah, imagine how brutal this would have been if none of the tight ends caught everything in the gauntlet.
Yeah. Oh man, I loved friggin' McBride a few years ago. I mean, well, it's actually my kid went to school with him at CSU.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was actually really cool,
Yep.
And but yeah, McBride, yeah, great tight end. Let's see, where are we at now?
And Gavin Bartholomew on one play, he's just staring at his hands instead of the football like he's on an episode of Blue's Clues. It's like, dude, come on, bro, get it together. This is the combine. This is not Blue's Clues.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't seen too much about Bartholomew, but that's not very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, he's looking at his hands instead of the football during the gauntlet. It's like, come on. Jalen Conyers caught everything in the second round of the gauntlet. I mean, I think they're doing this to test him. But yeah, the receivers and tight ends, I think, get like 2 rounds of the gauntlet drill. The defensive backs only get 1. Mitchell Evans, is he going to get through this round of the gauntlet without dropping anything? Because Mayer actually caught it. Mayer, I think, dropped 1 pass in the second round. But Laporta had a good gauntlet. I remember there's a few tight ends that have really dominated this drill. Harold Fannin caught everything. Okay.
like that. Like I said,
I didn't see Fan in the first drill, but Ferguson looks like he might catch everything, and he does in the second round.
I said Ferguson is completely underrated, man. I mean, he did a solid job at Oregon for a few years.
After Gadsden, I'm going to look to see if the 40 times are up, like the official 40 times, because I would think they're up by now if they're already on the gauntlets. And Gadsden drops a pass at the end. I would think the tight end 40 times, the official tight end 40s are going to be up. Official 40 times are up, but NFL media hasn't reported them. Lakey caught everything, but yeah, Luke Lakey caught everything that time. All right, so good.
He's under with Kittle for a running mate, man. That would be
I can actually keep track of the tight end 40-yard dashes. I can actually start typing the official 40 times. Now that they're up, I can type the official times. That's good. Gavin Bartholomew's official 40 time was a 4.7 flat. Bringstool had a 4.75. Conyers had a 4.74. I mean, there have been some nice showings today. CJ Dippery, 4.69. Harold Fannin with a 4.71. 4.63 for Ferguson. That was the best official 40 time.
Yeah, I actually, Fannon's football speeds. He's faster than that on the field.
Yeah, you can't put too much stock into these 40 times for the tight ends. You got to look at the route tree. You got to look at what the player brings to the table on tape.
Well,
yeah, Jackson Hawes ran a 4.82.
Yeah, Arroyo's pretty small too. I'm just looking at this one. They got him listed at 235. And see what the combine measurement said, but if only I could see.
4.88 for Nesbitt. Oots with a 4.91. That is official. He's 6'3", 274, and he's the backup tight end on Alabama. I'm not surprised he had a bad day. 4.65 for Joshua Simon. And again, bench press reps for the tight ends and defensive backs will be up tomorrow morning at like 9 a.m. And usually they don't do the weigh-ins until like they didn't do the weigh-ins today until like noon, even though the workout started at 3. I would think, William, they're not going to do like I would think they're not going to do the weigh-in. They're probably going to do the weigh-ins or the bench press reps at like 9 a.m. tomorrow, because if they have to start doing 40 times for the QBs and receivers at 1. Look, NFL Network, you need to stop promoting Snow White. We're not going to see it. The actress has an entitlement attitude. She doesn't like the way Snow White was treated in the movies with the elves, and she wants to make Snow White a bachelor, and that's not how the story goes in the animated film. That's not how the canon story goes. People go to movies because they want to see the canon story of the book or the canon story of the animated movie. They don't go to see movies.
Yeah, well, I've seen a few players lately, like, Caleb Williams and, like, Will Levis that pretty entitled. might have
Maybe
made a
there
few
are
people
some players
mad
with
with that.
entitlement attitudes, but there's not a player who's so bad or so overhyped. They're like the Kathleen Kennedy of this NFL draft cycle, how she
Right.
destroyed Star Wars. There's not a player that overhyped, which is disappointing because I don't think there's a player that bad in this draft that they're the Kathleen Kennedy of draft prospects. I'd say Levis may have been the closest to that, but even Levis isn't that bad, even though he's not great prospect.
Got humbled a little bit after the second round, and his girlfriend and everything like that. I think he got humbled a little bit with that.
Yeah.
I don't think Caleb Williams got humbled, but not yet anyway.
Caleb Williams didn't get humbled because he went number 1 in the draft.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Levis didn't even come back, did he? He just freaking.
And here's the thing, if Caleb Williams fails with Chicago, they're just going to blame the Bears coaching staff. He'll get a pass because people will say the Bears are horrible at coaching quarterbacks. He'll get a pass, basically. That's what will
Right.
happen, William. If Caleb
I
Williams
know.
fails with the Bears and goes to another team and turns it around, people will just say that the Bears are horrible at developing quarterbacks, and he'll get a pass for playing shitty early in his career. That's what will happen. I'm
And
telling you.
there's so many teams, man, that are. It's
That,
like,
that's what's going to happen.
yeah, like teams like the Jets that are just bad at freaking. They just don't. You know.
It's the Bears, it's the Browns, it's the Jets. Those are probably the 3 worst teams at developing QBs. You could have
Mhm.
put the Commanders on that list for many years, but they finally got their guy with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. Of course, and unless he gets himself killed, with that.
Unless
That,
his
then
career
right.
takes a downward slope like RG3's after his rookie year when he dominated but got injured against the Seahawks in the wild card. I don't think we're going to see that with Daniels, but who knows?
Like I said, I mean, I wasn't very high on Daniels, but there were a lot of things that I loved about him, and a lot of his film. I mean, it was like he had like first round film, but then he would do something dumb or do something to where it was just like kind of kind of drove me nuts with him. And then I
Yeah,
kind of
and
figured
instead
he
of
was
just
going to
trying
get
to make
killed.
don't try to make the one-handed catch. Bartholomew's just forcing it, trying to make the one-handed catch. If you have to catch it with your body or you have to catch it with 2 hands, just catch the ball by any means necessary. I mean, some of these guys that are trying to show off, it's backfiring.
Yeah, like I said, that was one thing this year that like with the quarterbacks, there just wasn't one that really stood out compared to the others that really separated himself from the others.
Yeah,
And I was waiting for that. With the Heisman race, it was like Ward was there and Milrow was there for a minute. Milrow had some just that one Georgia game he did so well, and then it was like at the end the defense kind of started. It didn't seem as even though they ended up winning the game. It didn't seem like any quarterback had that signature Heisman moment.
yeah,
And
exactly. It
which
was
is why
Hunter. It was always a 2-man race between Hunter and Ginty. And even though I
yeah,
felt like Ginty should have won it, they gave it
yeah,
to Hunter because he played Power 5 opponents and Ginty didn't. That's really the only reason he won it. Because if you switch Ashton Ginty You put Ashton Genty on a Power 5 team and you put Travis Hunter on a Group of 5 team, not only does Genty win the Heisman, he probably wins the Heisman by the biggest margin since O.J. Simpson.
Right. Yeah, and that was one thing, I mean, he'd have done great at, at any college. It was just the point that he played for Boise State.
Yeah, that's really the only reason Hunter won the Heisman's because Genty played for Boise State.
I mean, he would have done, great.
That's
at
the thing with the
Alabama.
Heisman voters now. They're going to prioritize Power 5 talent over Group of 5 talent, even if the
Yep.
Group of 5 player is the best player in the country.
For
That's
real.
what this year taught me. That's what this year taught me, and I don't think that's going to change.
No, and there's just, I don't know. I hate seeing, so much of the unnecessary hype that some of the players get because it's so unfair to them. It's and that was one of those things where, the sports media, they don't care about that. You know, they just care about, about getting people to watch their show. They don't think how
Yeah, I
fair.
don't really watch the Heisman anymore
Yeah,
because that's all it is.
well,
It's a popularity contest.
yeah, you know.
Who are the top 5 Heisman runner-ups? This is weird. There's article here from after this year's Heisman ranking the top 10 Heisman runner-ups, and they have Ashton Genty at 4, but only Vince Young, Elway, and Peterson ranked ahead of Genty among Heisman runner-ups. And they have Adrian Peterson, what he did as a freshman, as the number 1 Heisman runner-up, which is crazy. Because I thought Peterson did have an amazing freshman year, but to say he's the best Heisman runner-up of all time, I don't necessarily agree with that. I would probably give it to Vince Young simply because he technically was the Heisman winner after Reggie Bush got his Heisman back. He was technically the Heisman winner when Bush's Heisman was stripped, and he beat USC in the title. So I would give Vince Young best Heisman runner-up of all time because he actually won something in college. I'm not saying he's a good pro. I'm saying because he achieved something in college, won a national championship, Vince Young should be the greatest Heisman runner-up of all time, just based on performance alone, college performance alone. They're running curl routes, so
Yeah, Vince Young had a great college career, so
yeah.
I could definitely.
I'm not saying
Definitely do
Genty
that.
doesn't deserve to be one of the top 5 greatest Heisman runner-ups, but if you ranked him 1 over Vince Young, I'd have an issue with that as best Heisman runner-up of all time. I'd have an issue with that because what Young did that year with Texas was just surreal. And we really haven't had a signature down-to-the-wire national title game since that Texas-USC matchup. People will say this year's Ohio State-Notre Dame game was competitive. It was competitive at the end, but it was a blowout early. Yeah, so they're running the curl routes. Gadsden dropped a curl route. That was his only. That and the drops in the gauntlet were his only drops of the day. Gunnar Helm catches it. Yep, so Curl Ferguson, swear to God, autocorrect. I said Terrence Ferguson. It'd been super awkward if I had typed Turd Ferguson instead of Terrence Ferguson. Turd Ferguson, that was a Saturday Night Live character Norm Macdonald played on Celebrity Jeopardy. pretty messed up back in the day, but yeah.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was like 93. It was like 30
remember.
years ago, maybe.
Back in Saturday Night Live was good.
I don't think the Titans. Yeah, Joey's saying that the Giants and Browns are both looking to trade up to 1 with the Titans. I think it's a smoke screen. I think the Titans are going to end up keeping 1 cuz look, if the Titans plan is to get a quarterback in free agency and draft Abdul Carter, they actually risk not getting Abdul Carter because the Browns need an edge rusher too if they trade Myles Garrett. They actually risk losing Carter in that scenario. Even if the Browns say they want 1, they risk losing the guy in that scenario. So I think the trade rumors this year with the Titans moving 1 are BS. I don't think they're going to move it.
Yeah,
Because even if
I
they
don't.
say they're not interested, even if they say they want to move number 1 to get more picks, it doesn't make a lot of sense. If they're hell-bent on Abdul Carter, why risk trading that pick? Because the Browns, there's always a chance the Browns could take Carter at 2 if the Giants get Cam Ward at 1. And then if Carter was the guy you wanted, you're screwed. You have to keep trading down and accumulating more picks if you don't want Shadur. You're screwed in that scenario. So I would just get my QB in free agency and take Carter at 1.
Yeah, that's the best thing anyway because I don't see a quarterback, that is worth so much to
And if
trade
the
up for
Browns
any.
really like Cam Ward that much more than Shadur Sanders, and the Giants want Cam Ward, then the Browns will just take Carter at 2, and you screw yourself in the process.
Mhm.
Unless I'm getting a first round pick, I'm probably not going to do it. Unless I'm getting a 26 first, I'm probably not moving 1.
That's
But
for real,
there are
man.
multiple bidders. I get
Sickening,
it.
probably a way to get it
I
done this
tried to
year.
give Joey a TED talk and tell him that 60% of communication is nonverbal. So I put more stock into, because Joey puts a lot of stock into what he hears on the radio, even though it's all speculation because it's fun. I put more stock into what teams don't say versus what they say. And I know that's counterintuitive, but I'm big on body language cues. So I put more stock into what teams don't say versus what teams actually say. And I know that seems a little counterintuitive, but I when I saw a Dolphins running back coach cross their arms at the Senior Bowl, I knew the Dolphins weren't going to draft Najee Harris. And every mock draft that year had the Dolphins getting Najee Harris to pair with Tua. It didn't happen. It never happened. They went with Waddle, and then they ended up getting Jalen Phillips with that other pick. But the Dolphins running back coach kept crossing their arms. He did not want Najee Harris, so I knew at that moment they weren't going to draft him. And then all the mocks that had him were bullshit. So this is why I put more stock into what teams are, how scouts and GMs on teams react in front of a player versus what they say in the interviews. What people on 92.3 The Fan, the radio station in Ohio Joey listens to, what they're saying. If you all work for 92.3 The Fan, you say whatever the hell you want on that radio station as long as it's not as long as people don't get offended. You say whatever the hell you want to say. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just saying that I put more stock into what teams don't say versus what teams say, because if a team doesn't say something, they might be revealing what their actual plan is. They might give away a tell and reveal what they're actually going to do. Like the Titans GM looks up when he says he's going to get a QB in free agency, looks down when he says he's going to get a QB in the draft. He's saying he's going to get a QB in the draft or free agency, but why does he have his head up when he's talking about free agency? Why is his head down when he's talking about the draft? That doesn't add up, William. That's not congruent.
Yes, sir.
It's not congruent on a nonverbal scale. And that's what you got to read into, not just the rumors and what you're hearing on the radio. You got to put more stock into what you don't hear, what they're not telling you, because that's going to tell you what you need to know.
Exactly, because like you mentioned, between smoke screens and BS and everything else, I mean, obviously with what you're saying, and it's just a way to tell how interested someone is, and I mean you're 100% right on that, dude, and that's why you know
I think Abdul Carter is all but done to the Titans at 1. They're just keeping everything in house.
hmm
They don't want to tip their hand. They don't want to tip their scales. And the Giants are looking at Aaron Rodgers. The Browns are looking to move up to 1. I don't believe that's the case. If a team, and I don't think the Titans are going to move 1. I think the whole rumor about the Titans moving 1 is bullshit, and it's just talk to drive up draft season, since there's not really a quarterback that's blown people away. It's just talk to drive up the price.
exactly, hoping maybe somebody gives an arm and a leg for it, or
Yeah.
something like that, then they might change their mind, but other than that,
And here's the thing. The Browns did praise Shadur Sanders for his arm and his intelligence. We like the fact that he's ambitious. That's what Andrew Berry said about Shadur Sanders, but he's propping him up. I can tell just by the way he's talking about Shadur, he's not going to pick him. He's propping him up. And sometimes it's hard to spot the difference between, is a GM going to pick a guy, or is a GM propping up a guy so that another team picks him? I think with the Browns and Shadur Sanders, Andrew Berry is propping up Shadur Sanders so another team picks him. So a guy who's in Andrew Berry's top 32 falls to them at 33. Because if you're Berry and you want a guy in your top 32 after your QB to fall to your lap at 33, the best way to guarantee that is to prop up Shadur Sanders and overhype him. So you get one of your guys at 33. It's chess. That's the best way to go about it. Because if you prop him up and someone else takes him, then you get one of your guys at 33. So it just, mind games like that, you don't want to put a lot of stock into it, but that is one way to approach this.
yes, sir. 100%, 100% real, man.
I don't know, but I don't think the Browns are going to take Shadur. The Giants showed a lot of body language cues that they are interested in Shadur, very eager around Shadur, but my guess is they're going to try to get Aaron Rodgers first, and if they can't, then they'll settle for Shadur. Because they're going to do something at quarterback, but they would. It sounds like they would probably prefer to upgrade in free agency, and then we got I don't know. We'll see. I'm not saying Joey's right or wrong, but I put 50% of my evaluation into the film. I put 40% of my evaluation into what the team is saying non-verbally, and I put 10% into what I'm hearing. And that's whether it's what I'm hearing from the media, what I'm hearing from Joey, what I'm hearing, et cetera, et cetera. But 10%, I put 10% into what I hear. That may be a flawed way to do things, but I think the non-verbals are more important. And teams aren't going to tell you what they're not going to do.
Yeah, for real.
Big winner today is Elijah Arroyo at tight end. I don't know if there is a winner at tight end. I don't think there's a loser at tight end, but I don't think there was a winner either. Ooh, here's an interesting fact. Ahmad Hassanainen is the first Egyptian-born NFL draft player. Ahmad Hassanain, the Boise State edge rusher in yesterday's combine. He's the first Egyptian-born player in the NFL draft.
Well, that's interesting. Cool as hell.
Yep. So
Egyptian.
all right. So this is the end of the combine. What do we got to say before we call it a day?
Oh, I don't know. Like I said, man, you know, I mean, there's definitely a few tight ends out there. We're gonna have, you know,
We're gonna have quarterbacks, running backs,
a
receivers
really good day
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow's
Yes,
gonna
sir.
be a really long day. I think it's gonna be
Yeah.
1 to 8. Joey and I are gonna be on 1 to 8. If you want to stick around from like, because I know you're gonna want to have a break somewhere between that time frame. I don't know. You figure it out. We'll because I'm cool with giving you a 30-minute break or a 1 hour break because I got a feeling you're gonna want to break in between that 7
Yeah.
hours tomorrow. So we'll figure that out off the air before tomorrow's show. But yeah, I'm gonna end this on Talk, Shoot, and Restream. Thank you to the 33 members who show up. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow for day 3 of the combine. See you then.